everybody. Welcome back. Okay. Sup, Ash? So I'm back, right? We get to do this all over again. Last night was a lot of fun. Last night I tried to get this going and it didn't work out so well. So, print it back out. We start over. Go ahead. It's okay. I'm on a weird schedule, man. I've been getting caught up on stuff, so back to like a normal schedule this week. So and let me turn this on. There we go. It's so annoying. My room's in a little bit of a mess. I have to pick up tomorrow. I've been in figuring out how to get this shit made mode. When that happens, things get kind of tore up. I know. Round two. Nah, she's cooking. She's making a low carb pumpkin cheesecake, but it needs to set overnight. So yeah, just ignore Office Depots and Staples and whatever. You know, it's so horseshit. It's like, dude, if you're fucking Mark Bagley and you're making some Spider-Man prints of shit you did, you can make some prints. It's ridiculous. You know? Like when they're printing photos, how do they know you took the photo? How do they know those photos aren't copyright? You just sign a thing that says, hey, you know, I own the copyright to this, so if anyone has an issue, you know, they send them your way, and you own the copyright on your art. You know? So ridiculous. Nah, it's just because I can't close my door, Hector. It's being repaired. All you gotta do is bring the manager in and have a talk with them, you know? And that usually ends it. They don't give a shit. You know? It's like you have a right to print whatever the fuck you want to print with your art, you know? So ridiculous. No, it's not infringing anything. You own your own art. They go, well, you don't know the Spider-Man. Neither does Mark. You just say you did it for freelance. What does it matter? You know? You're not. God, this is so ridiculous. Every lawyer would say, you don't own the copyright on the character. Dude, this is so simple. All right? Go and take someone's pictures of Spider-Man and go and print their art up on something and see what happens. You know? That artist is going to be like, you stole my art. Marvel can't take my art and put it on a t-shirt without paying me. Case in point. Case in point. The director of Doctor Strange, Scott Derrickson, produced a what do you call it? A like an animatic when he was trying out for Doctor Strange to get the job. And so he put together the storyboard, he did a whole sequence, paid some visual effects artists, you know, kind of like did a rough animatic thing. And when Marvel hired him, they had to pay for that material. Why do they have to pay for the material? Because they don't own it. You know? Doesn't mean you can go out and start making your own Spider-Man comics, because then you're going to directly compete with them. You're not competing. This is so ridiculous. You know? It's ridiculous. Everyone's a fucking lawyer, you know? That's actually why I got my Kickstarter back up, because they didn't own my art. Now, it wasn't my art that was the problem. It was the fact that I had Avengers in there, which are trademark things. They don't own the trademark on the art or even the character design. You actually can't trademark a character design, by the way. You know, you can trademark things that are emblematic with it. That's why they gave it like, it's the combination of the belt with the bat symbol and the cape and the ears and the name Batman. Oh, it's just some little asshole, dude. It's not even like the place. It's just some little dude over there is like, this isn't, no, 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 no. They probably on Twitter. I'm telling you, man. Like, I used to work at Kinko's. I know, all you got to do is send a copyright release form. I happily accept Marvel to come my way, and legally take me to court. What got me into where Marvel got me a little bit of a pickle was that they went to my employer, went after my employment, you know, and an employer in California can just let go of you for any reason. I didn't violate any rules, but they don't want trouble with their licensor that they're earning millions of dollars with. So if they hear one thing about an artist from one of their licensors, they're just going to be like, well, we don't want to, or they'll make things very uncomfortable for you, so you have to leave. You know. But then you always go to these cons and they'll get some lawyer out there and they'll explain to you that you don't own the copyright and they can come at you at any time, and just because they haven't doesn't mean they won't. And kiss my fucking ass. You know. I welcome the day that happens because then we could set precedent. I mean, I know for a fact because I've been in the fucking rooms where they're like, do not put fan art on t-shirts. We don't own the art. Marvel doesn't own it. No one owns it. They don't own the rights to reproduce it. They have to pay that person, and even then, no, the one dude they took to fucking court was the guy who co-created Ghost Rider. And that's because he went and sued Marvel for unpaid residuals for the Ghost Rider movies. And so then Marvel won the lawsuit, and so they had to get restitution. The judge ordered that they get restitution. So they said, well, he's been selling fan prints at cons for years, so we think he owes us like 30 grand if you kind of add it up. So then they said, oh, that's it. They're suing. The headline was Marvel sues former guy for selling fan art. What they don't also tell you is that he won on appeal and they dropped it and settled outside of court. I've received cease and desist from Marvel's legal department, bro. Like, and I responded appropriately, and there wasn't shit they could do about it. You know, you just can't use the names and the logos. That's kind of like where they can get you. Yeah, it's funny, man, but people don't follow up with this stuff. So when you read it on the internet, everyone's like, I heard this, I remember this. Like, that's actually not what happened. I don't make a video on it because I don't want the fucking trouble. You know what I mean? I'll just do what I'm gonna do. I don't want the quagmire of getting into a conversation with a million people about what is and isn't your rights. I mean, we're in an industry where people who legitimately created the characters can't get paid. You know what I mean? Like, the Jack Kirby estate can't see money for fucking Fantastic Four movies and shit. So, artists are always fucked. There's just nothing new about that. You can, and at someday they can give you a cease and desist, like, I always like put it this way, man. Like I just don't keep a fucking store called Rob's Star Wars fucking Depot. You know, I make sure that things are in limited quantities, and I always label them like Galaxy prints and shit. You know, or Bounty Hunter print. Just because they'll just these legal departments have to like keep their jobs, so they just send random fucking cease and desist all the time. You know, but it's your art. You know, now reproducing a photo that they took in production, you don't own the photo. So selling photos of that reproduction, you're selling a bunch of things you don't own. See how it works? I only have the inside scoop because I've worked in licensed properties, you know, and I've seen what happens when people put fan art on T-shirts and don't ever compensate the artist. They get sued successfully. Marvel will have to pay it. The people who put the fan art up will. We lost a whole Christmas bonus over it once. Some dumbass did it. Whenever you're at a place like that, just say, look, it's my art. It's based off freelance that I did, so give me a copyright release form and I'm going to fill it out. That's all you have to ask for. And if some manager wants to come out there and act like he's fucking the next Johnny Cochran, just say, I'm sorry, are you the manager for Office Depot or are you part of the Office Depot legal team? I'm the manager. Right. So manage your store. Manage my order. Give me the copyright release form. I own the copyright on my art. And stop pretending you're a lawyer. You don't have to be nice to them, by the way. I'm just tired of artists running around in fear. You know? The fucking art police are going to come out to get everybody. It's ridiculous. It's fandom, man. You know? God, fuck. Everything in my room is. This past couple days have been stressful. Trying to figure out how to get this shit worked out. I'll tell you that much. It's fan art, man. If Marvel wanted to shut down fan art, they just go to every com and just hand out endless cease and desist. Matter of fact, I'm telling you, the only people who are really violating some fucking rule are the people, the irony of this is, the people who are actually breaking some kind of fucking contract or treaty or law or whatever they want are the actual artists who work for Marvel who are selling reproductions of their work. Because I guarantee you there's some fucking little thing somewhere in their contract that says they're not allowed to. They'll be told they can, but if they ever want to go after them, they can go after them. Because they actually signed a contract. The ones that run the cons ain't going to do shit, dude. Cons are, man, Ash, do me a favor. You're just going to get me worked out. It's not your fault. You know? No, I'm talking about their actual legal department. Marvel hires a legal team, right? They're not actually part of Marvel. They're part of legal Marvel. Marvel legal. It's a whole different thing. Every company has them. And they have to sort of justify why they get paid, right? So I was at a con one year, Comic Con, 1994. So before that, the first 2 or 3 years I went to con, everyone had replica lightsabers. You could go and find a replica Anakin saber everywhere, right? Those were the big deals. And so this one year, 93, 94, this company called Icons got the first official license from Lucasfilm to produce real replica lightsabers. And they had a booth there. And then what they did is they went and gave cease and desists to all the people selling replica lightsabers. And the guys who were really good, the guys who actually made them, they gave them job offers. So I've seen what that looks like when they purged it. But it's irrelevant because now people don't sell replica lightsabers, they sell laser swords, right? And there ain't shit they can do about that because they're not pretending they're the real thing. The thing is it indistinguishable from the real thing? You know? Are you using trademark logos and branding? And that's why they come up with the term lightsaber, right? Like, and it gets trademarked. But this is shit like every lawyer will just scare you because that's what they do. Lawyers love to intimidate people and scare them. That's their fucking. Go watch the OJ fucking show, right? So ridiculous. No one's going to tell me where I can and can't sell art that I invented in my head. You know? Well, I mean, it's not your character. I never said it, but where down there does it say it's Batman? You know? It's ridiculous. Meanwhile, the irony is that if you make a porn, right, where you literally are Batman, it's, considered parody. Fan art should fall under parody laws, but this country's so fucking weird, you know? Can you draw that character? He's not your character. Oh, fuck off. I guess I can draw the character. I can be commissioned to draw a character. I can't title a book Wolverine, The Art of Wolverine, and sell it because Wolverine is trademarked. I can put Wolverine in my sketchbook and sell it. But artists don't help themselves, right? They go overboard. They go to these cons and they build these fucking giant 50-foot tall banners with a billion fucking prints everywhere and, essentially hoard themselves out, and make it look weird, And I like it who, like, the fucking, the pros who are like, I can't sell prints because this guy over here is selling prints. And I'm like, they don't want to spend $60 for your fucking print of a cover that they've already bought the comic to. You know? No, just get your shit done through Jack Prince or somewhere online. They don't give a shit. You know? It's just some overzealous fucking manager. Cons wouldn't do it. Companies would have to do it. And they have no incentive to. I've already talked to. There are art license. There are people who do it within Marvel, and I've had the conversation with them, and they don't give a shit. You know, it'll be the future, but they just look, man. I told you they refuse to take care of the people under their employ. Why would they care about anyone outside of that. If they don't care about the people they're employing, you know, they don't care about fandom. You know, they just care that you keep buying the same bullshit over and over again. You know, that's what I told you. I don't buy their fucking comics. You know, I don't buy Marvel comics. You know, I respect DC a little more just because Jim Lee's fucking running things, but nah, just staying home. Me and the wife just making a Thanksgiving dinner. I'll probably be drawing here. Get kind of caught up. See, that's not fan art. That's called stealing. They actually don't own that art. There's something that's called the spirit of the law, right? Or the spirit of things. The spirit of fan art is to, your own interpretation or you drawing something to celebrating the fandom of something. People that are just doing that are just hustling the shit out of whatever they can. And they're like abusing the fan community, and being rewarded for it because they have this sheer volume. They're just stealing everything. But it gets grouped under fan art. It's ridiculous. Yeah, well, you know. The problem is people go to conventions, they don't want to buy, they're not there to discover new art. They're there to get something for something they know. Something of something they know. And those people have like a billion fucking things, and that's where cons should be like, look, limit the display options. They don't have, the cons are just, they don't have the ability to check inventory, and it's ridiculous. But what they can do is limit display options. Keep it so everyone can only show the same amount of things, and then you can have bins or folders or something you can dig through if you want to, you know, see what else they got. That would solve 90% of the fucking problems. You know? They want to get super displays, they gotta fucking go and buy an exhibitor's booth. And even then they can go, all right, there's only so many people who are gonna actually do that, and they're not gonna, you know, it's a whole thing, man. But we just did a whole podcast on like how, Stephen Shamus is being sued by Wizard World because he was using the cons to get celebrities to sign merchandise for him that he can resell. So cons are what they always have been. There's a little bit of a hustle. You know. But artists who do that, man, I'm just not friends with them. I don't hang out with those people. I don't associate with them. I don't buy things from them. I don't talk to them online. I don't even tell them they're doing wrong shit. Just don't care. You know? Because half these companies are stealing shit all the fucking time too. You know? Case in point, I can't tell you how many fucking times, you do one cool idea in t-shirts, it ends up in Walmart, every company knocks you off. Then it got to be the point where, once Disney bought Marvel, Disney started taking, like, see, you come up with a pretty novel idea, like I do the saucy look. Disney would say that's not representative of what we want, our characters to look like, so it's denied. But then they'll go to the people that they hire to make the style guides, and these are different vendors. And then they'll hand them my reference, and they'll make a version that they would approve. So then an idea based off what I do ends up in their style guide, their own version of it, quote unquote, that gets handed out to all your competitors because they don't have exclusive licenses, right? So Disney doesn't sign with one person to do the license for t-shirts. They sign up with several different people to do licenses for t-shirts. And so now all your competitors have your developments. You watered down, right? Because it's been filtered through the system, a shitty version of it. You can see it if you know what I'm talking about. Start to look through Pinterest, and then wait for the next Marvel movie to come out a year later. Right now, all my friends are working on Spider-Man: Homecoming and the next Avengers film. you know, or Black Panther, sorry. And so it's like I've already seen, you know, what I know what they do. You know, they go to Pinterest, they get all this shit. Disney's, makes their own versions of it. They end up in new style guides, and then voila. So even if you come up with the original idea, chances are these companies will just knock you off anyhow. You know, they use Pinterest as like their own trend boards. By the way, it doesn't really work because what happens on Pinterest or what's popular online doesn't sell in the quantities they need to sell in mass market retail. Just because 4,000 people buy something on Mighty Find doesn't fucking mean it's going to sell 30,000 units at Walmart. So I'm not in the business of hustling, art. I'm in the business of trying to work out how I think and create, you know. And trying to actually put my stamp on something. These companies, won't let me play in the field for whatever reason. It just hasn't worked out for me. I don't know why. I don't believe it's for lack of talent or meeting deadlines. Just whatever. I haven't impressed people, the hires up, the powers that be. I haven't impressed enough of them yet. So, you know, hey, I'm with you, but can sketches at con pay for the $600 booth / hotel fee / So we only do one con a year, man. And I have it paid for before I leave. So I don't really give a shit if I sell one thing at a con. You know. We are the prodigy. Oh no. Oh no. This is just totally. That sucks. I set this fucking thing down on my phone and it melted on my. Luckily, I have a case. That's really wonderful. I didn't realize what I had set it down on. Nice. Yeah, it's a grind. It's work. You know. I go to the one in Phoenix because it's where Brandon lives. So gives me a chance to hang out at Brandon's place. And I go to one in Vegas so my wife and I can have some time in Vegas. That's it. Hey, what's up, Karen? Do, do, do. Killing my hand and wrist from pushing into the CDR. I know you can't. How many tips? Turn the go to the Wacom preferences and turn the sensitivity up, so it's just more sensitive. You know, if it's not sensitive enough, you shouldn't have to be pressing very hard at all. Probably too firm. Hey, Kyle, you're welcome to join me for a second time if you want. I don't know if you're busy. Anger management. Yeah, turn the sensitivity up though. You know, I mean, if you're really just trying to sit there and like stress out, I mean, it's super sensitive. So even if you were like frustrated, you don't have to press very hard. You know, so make it so pressing very hard and straining your wrist makes things worse. Also, try not to hold the pencil right up at the tip, right? Go back further back. You'll find that if you hold your pencil, even your Wacom temp, if you're up really close, like pressing, hold it back, you know. It comes from just gripping. Usually it's because you're thinking too much, you know, or you're thinking way too hard. You know, so if you turn the sensitivity up, you don't have to apply much pressure. And that at least gets rid of the straining. It's not going to make it easier on your head. You know, I can't do anything about that. Turn the flow down a little bit on their brushes on Photoshop too. Yo, what up, Kyle?
Good evening.
Here we are again, right? And if you're thinking, I just slept all day or farted around and just got started on this, no, I've been spending all day figuring out how to do this shit. All day. Because when
Nice.
you employ yourself, you can do that. You can just completely not get anything else done, not clean the kitchen, just sit here and figure out how the hell you're gonna. What the hell am I trying to do?
And here I thought, man, I always give Rob like hard stuff to do, so
It's not
I'll
a
think
hard
of
character to draw.
I'll
It's
think of something real easy.
no, what it is what it is because your ideas are easy. I'm like, oh, I can test this new thing out with it. If I just was cranking out a million fucking Copic things, and I would be done by now. You know,
Yeah,
so part of it is my own craziness. But whatever. You know, I did this, and I didn't really have like rules or ideas on like how should this be done. What does look better? I don't have 100 of these to figure out. Like I need to kind of like figure it out now. Like so. There's all sorts of stuff with this, man. Like I did. Like I actually took. You're gonna. I even regret showing. I'll show this. Well, I'll show it now. No, it'll confuse people on the speed paint. I'll show it on the next podcast. What I did. We'll put that there.
Nice.
Because then it'll just randomly show up during the speed draw, and I'll have to go and explain that. I'd rather not.
It's okay even if you sat around all day since I was at work. Because I was like, oh, I'm going to miss out on Rob's daytime stream of this piece. I was filling out my paperwork to leave work today and got my notification. I was like, all right, good thing I'm only 15 minutes from home.
Yeah, no. I actually said to like 6 in the morning, doing it
Holy cow.
wrong. Yeah, doing it wrong, and then I slept for about 5 hours, and I got up and continued to do it wrong for another 12 hours until I kind of figured out, you know, how to move forward. They've all gone this way though, Kyle. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
No publisher I've ever worked with has not experienced this from me. Drives them nuts. You know. I mean, yeah, it looks great, but I mean, just run into. I'm like, I can't help you. You know. If you would give me people that I could then hand things off to, like I could just do the drawing and then hand it off to a person to go paint it, it'd be one thing. But I'm like, I don't know how to do all this shit. You know. And I don't have anyone to ask. I have to actually figure it out. Sucks. Not my preferred choice. You know. And then when I do figure it out, I'm like, I still have to go draw this thing. It's not like I can even sit here and go, oh, that was nifty. Nope. Now I gotta get the shit going because I'm behind. I lost a day. Good job, stupid. That's what it's. Congratulations. I actually like the way the hand came out the first time I did it. So it's like I have to actually do this again. Now you got a more serious face.
I feel like you channeled some of your serious uh,
I guess. I don't know. It's not.
into it.
I didn't put like hours into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like the greatest. I gotta come up with some mice characters. I can just draw mice and toads forever. You know, it's nice, man. You just get real good at it. Like, he got to get really good at it. Like after the first year, you know, just like it's fucking so simple. You know, if I was Jeff Smith, I'd just keep drawing those bones. You know, like
Yeah.
it's genius. Like, you know, I was so happy when I worked on Det Junior. I'm like, finally a character I can draw at con, no matter what. You know, like this will never be hard for me.
Oh, you'd find a way to make it hard for yourself.
No, it was never hard. You know, drawing like the female characters on command. That's why Jeff Smith never drew like Thorn. You know, because it takes a lot more effort to get him to like not look fucked up.
Hmm.
You know, but no, Dead Junior. I had it figured out. For a year, it was like so great. I was like, ah, and then that went away. So they did an interview with Michael Giacchino and the New Entertainment Weekly, which you know is a fluff interview, but he did say he only had a month to make the new score for Rogue One.
Holy cow.
and he tossed out everything that was done before. He didn't even listen to whatever Desplat did. And he said there's 95% new material, so he's not just putting an insert John Williams theme. I wonder if he'll use any of the cues that he did for Medal of Honor. See, I got into Giacchino, I don't know, Giacchino anyway, in 1999. There used to be this thing called PlayStation Magazine. Are you aware of that publication? Used to be back in the day.
I mean, I can figure it out. Sort of.
Right. So it was like the official PlayStation Magazine, and they used to bundle these things with these things called CD-ROMs. It's pretty impressive. And so they put these game demos on the CD-ROMs. And inside one of those came, so I used to get it because it was a way to get, sort of free game in a way. You know what I mean? For my PlayStation. Uh, couldn't really rent games in Germany when I was in the army. So they had a demo for this game called Medal of Honor. And the music was fucking amazing. It was the first person shooter I played on a console that wasn't GoldenEye. That I was like, this is great, but the story was cool. The music was phenomenal. I'm like, this is like being in a John Williams Spielberg. I was like, who did this? And it was this guy Giacchino. So I bought that shit online. I went right online. They sold the CD from the DreamWorks site. It was DreamWorks Interactive's first game. So one of their first games. Their first game was Neverhood. It's definitely the first console game. Score's fantastic. It's one of those things you don't hear, but it's very Indiana Jonesy, you know,
Mm-hmm.
meets because now since they've everything post uh, Pearl Harbor. No, was it not Pearl Harbor? What's the fucking one Spielberg did? Normandy, Saving
Oh,
Private Ryan.
Private Ryan.
Ever since Private Ryan, it's like there's like this, epic war music. Not to describe it. It's all very similar. Um, but I'm hoping he uses some of the because inherently they're gonna fall back on something that's in their heads, especially when time crunches. So I'm hoping some of that shit
Mm.
ends up in there.
Just as long as it's not like, those Inception deep horns. That's big.
Fuck that. As long as there's no guitar, because like I was listening again to that Catalyst book today, and they played some of the music from during the prequel section from the Clone Attack of the Clones, and that goddamn fucking guitar Williams used in the movie. He used electric guitar in that score, bro. It's horrible. It's like Bill and Ted. The Wild Stallions just show up in the middle of my Star Wars score. Doesn't even blend in properly.
That would have been a better prequel. Bill and Ted's Excellent Star Wars Adventure.
Wild Sarlacc.
What did you eventually figure out for separating his suit from his skin color?
Uh, One, I don't use any of the mid-tone color on the skin.
Hmm.
And two, don't overthink it.
All right.
Don't over render. Let as much of the mid-tone in there as possible. And when I add
Hmm.
the white highlight, it'll pop certain things out.
Okay.
Part of it's not to overthink it. But I tried everything. I even added one color. I even did something where the whole. It was not just that. It was also the shoom shoom and the fucking way I'm laying down shade. And then is the background going to be all red? That is a whole thing.
Hmm.
I did so many different things. It's just like ridiculous. You know? It's enough. It's enough. Okay. Come on. Go settle down. Oh, you can't come up here and help me draw. My dog wants to help. House smells like pumpkin cheesecake. My wife's making the low carb pumpkin cheesecake
Hmm.
for tomorrow. It's got a set. And anytime the house smells like food, the dog comes up here because I'm usually the one with it. You know, we don't give her any people food ever, but doesn't stop her from trying.
Yeah. Guess I have to admire her determination.
They don't have anything else to do, Kyle.
Nah, guess not. Agreed, Ash. Really, any kind of cheesecake is awesome in my book.
Well, this stuff isn't super sweet, so it's just right, and it's also light and fluffy, you know, so it's not gonna weight you down.
Hmm.
So I actually prefer it to real cheesecake. You know, it's got a nice almond meal crust.
It's kind of a bummer. I got a job offer today to shoot this short film about Jewish pirates, like on
Hmm.
like the old long ships and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I conflicts with something else I'm doing because I'd actually seen the guy who did like a crowdfunding thing for it. It's
Is
like,
it a
oh,
documentary or is it like a
no,
fiction based off?
it's yeah, fiction based off, like real kind of
The Dread Pirate
event.
Herschel.
Yeah,
Nice.
and when I saw he's doing it, I'm like, oh man, that'd be fun to work on.
They gotta get Larry David. You know, just be the best. The pirate who's just like unhappy with the uncleanliness of the ship. You know? That's
This would
cool.
have been fun to go shoot on like a real
Yeah, you got to shoot on
ship
water,
like
would you?
that.
Would you have to? Or
I don't
would
know
it,
if it. I mean, it'd be
what if he
probably
fancies
docked.
himself the next Cameron and like turns it into like an abyss-like situation? Oh, you haven't seen the making of. See, that's the thing. I gotta. Ah, goddamn. Whenever that fucking 3D Blu-ray comes out, I hope they
That-
put the
that-
making of on there. If they don't, I'm gonna give it to you. So I'm not gonna screw. I'm just saying the making of that movie is phenomenal. It's captured. They they really captured a lot of it. So it's not like just stories, you know. So
Mhm.
or like even like the making of Jaws when they're on Martha's Vineyard, they're just like sinking. Like yeah, shooting out on water, real genius. Like well, it's can't fake the ocean. You know, it's gonna look like the ocean. That's true. Can you waterproof an Alexa? Like,
You, you get water housings for them.
uh,
Yeah, they make underwater housings for pretty much everything. Yeah, this still doesn't have a. The Blu-ray doesn't have a release. It just still says early 2017, whatever that
you
means.
know. Meanwhile, we'll get the 4K Resident Evil quadrilogy, you know, out. I like how some of the negative. There was already this whole tech article on the Nintendo Switch, and one of their negative comments about it was like, "Well, it's not going to be able to display 4K." I'm like, "Fuck you guys!" Like, uh, It's it. No video game can ever be enjoyed again. You know,
Yeah.
it's so doesn't matter to me, man. It's cool, but it's not like, oh my god, we're being denied, you know, this great thing. Yeah, or you gotta wait a year to get the real fucking. I don't know, man. Featurettes is tough, dude. It's like they're so like I want a DVD. Like the best fucking making of DVD ever was when they did the Enter the. Was it the Enter the Matrix? It was a whole DVD just about the making of the Matrix, the first film. It was before the
Hmm.
sequels came out. That was cool. Of course, then they get to the part where they're like talking up the sequels that they're working on. You know, and you're like, horseshit. Like, all a bunch of horseshit.
Yeah, Ash, I hear you. I miss like the really good behind the scenes and stuff that used to be on like DVDs and stuff. I feel like they've cut back as well.
Yeah, well, when they used to let fans be in charge of that shit, like Robert Meyer Burnett used to be in charge of the fan content on this, but now they run through marketing departments, right? Which don't give a flying fuck.
Yeah, they're just like, well, let's throw a gag reel on there, like a two minute making of and some promo materials.
Yeah, the making of the commentaries, the features should feel like a version of somewhere between Cinefex and Kevin Smith. You know what I mean? Like, like somewhere between those two things, where you feel like you're part of the production, but you don't have to actually do any of the work. You know?
Yeah, like the whole reason I bought, um, I just forgot the name of the movie. What's the aliens kind of Prometheus? Like the whole reason I bought that on Blu-ray is because the 3D version had this. It's like a 3 hour doc making of, or 3.5 hour making of, and it was awesome. Like I haven't even watched the Blu-ray since I bought it. I just watched the making of it. I was like, that's all I need.
Even if you don't like Blade Runner, you can the Dangerous Days documentary. Anyone can you can watch that. You know, because you can appreciate the amount of effort it would take to make a movie like that. Even Prometheus, right? Like,
Yeah,
so it's like to me, it's like if you really want to save a movie that bombed at a box office, load it with fucking film school like fucking documentaries and shit. And make it so it's like a must buy for every fucking Uber cinephile geek out there. That's how fucking what was that? Robert Rodriguez made his career, right? Not by making great movies, but just showing how he made the fuck out of
yeah,
the first two good ones, and then everything else afterward. And he was like, they turned into like making tacos. That was fun.
yeah. That's right. I forgot about that.
Not me.
It was
I
your
don't like
7 minute
apps.
culinary school with.
I don't want apps. I want Blu-rays. I guess I'm getting to be that guy. You know,
Yeah, I don't want to have to pull out like my iPad or phone to watch a special feature for
yeah,
a movie that I
everything.
have.
You know what I mean? Like I think that's the thing too. Like I don't want to use my phone for everything.
Yeah,
Like I'm getting tired of my phone. you know, like they finally announced they're putting Windows Solitaire on iPhone. And my wife was like, "Really? Oh, I love that." I'm like that was when I knew that not all games were equal. When I was a kid, I was like, "No fucking way," you know. Minesweeper, Solitaire, don't give a shit. It's my first experience with casual gaming.
yeah. I think that's all I do anymore. It's casual gaming. Play like my 20 minutes. I'm like, all right, played enough game.
You should at least play like the story-based ones because you might be able to find a career in that someday. Like the
Yeah,
Telltale point-and-click adventures and shit like that. Or you never know.
and
Things
one
like
of these days.
Blend Cinema.
One of these days, I'll check out that South Park game that you keep telling me about.
Yeah, you can just stream it. It's just like putting on a 3 hour fucking South Park movie.
Driving your audience members away, Rob. There were 12 people on here when I got on. Now we're only down to 10.
I don't even look. Believe me, it was my whole life. It was just me in my room. So, you know, if people are on, I appreciate it. But if I start thinking I have to draw to gain audiences, I'll lose my mind. You know,
Yeah.
like it was like on live stream. I remember once it was like it took me a while to get going because I was getting shit set up. And this one guy's like, my grandma can draw faster than you. I'm like, get the fuck out. I banned him. I'm like, I'm done. You know, go watch her draw. I got time for this shit.
That's like the best insult.
Yeah.
It's just like, am I supposed to feel bad about that? I don't know.
Yeah. Chances are your grandma would have the common sense enough not to be rude, but you know, whatever.
Is Brandon doing flats and stuff for that Final Fantasy piece?
No, I gotta fucking ink it. I haven't even gotten to. I haven't even
Uh,
gotten to that part. I've been
didn't
doing
you
a lot
have
of shit
like?
this week. Hmm?
I thought you had done some like sent away for some prints or something of like
Yeah,
the.
I found a way to make some money off it in the meantime. So I did that noir version. You know.
Ah,
So, but no, it needs to be full color, and coloring the roughy lines aren't. It doesn't really work. So plus, I don't want to lose my ability to draw digitally. You know, like that.
hmm.
I need to have the Uber mode. You know, the $1,000 getting paid mode. You need to be able to go up tiers. You know, levels. Like I can't do it. It's going to cost this much. Here's what you get. The Tesla model. You know.
Now with insane mode.
Ludicrous speed.
That's it. No Brandon tonight.
No, he's on the road, man. You see that picture of the LA traffic? He's headed to
No.
Riverside. That's his
Ah,
life. It's his life right now.
yeah. I don't feel bad for him. I have to deal with LA traffic all the time.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to drive. I'll be stuck in traffic for Thanksgiving. People are like, "What are you doing for Thanksgiving, Kyle?" I'm like, Netflix. Like, I don't want to go anywhere.
Mimi's Cafe, dude. It's a pretty affordable way to have a decent amount of food. Surprisingly, chains like Ruth's Chris even, dude. Steakhouse, you can, for $40, you can get a pretty badass turkey dinner. you don't feel like cooking.
Yeah.
Like in our case, since it's just the two of us, like it doesn't make much sense to spend the money to cook. But this year we wanted to, so and you get the bill and you're like, could have just gone out. Would have been cheaper. Then we get the leftovers. I can't eat this every day. I'll get fat. Can't do it.
Have you ever had family members ask you for art?
Yeah, I just ignore them. I don't draw for friends. It's not like my that was my job when I was a kid. My father didn't want to spend money on holiday cards, so I had to draw cards for family members every year. And my father refused to send the same one out twice. So I had to do
Hmm.
fucking. Like, he put me like you know what I mean. Like I got really used to freelancing and working on shit I don't like to do. So each card had to be different, and they had to be full color. My father didn't want any half-ass. Just sit there with color pencils, working the shit out of Christmas cards and Thanksgiving cards every year. But every now and then one of them goes, man, no, I'd really like to get it. You can buy a print, but, you know, I try to ignore my friends and families when it comes to art. You know, it's like, it's not supposed to be on your fridge. You want to be proud of me. Where were you when I was 14? You know,
Yeah.
that was the time to be proud of me or encouraging. I always send them to like one of my other little nephews or nieces or kids growing up. I'm like, go spend time with them. I'm 30. 8. Yeah, I don't need your approval. I just want to support, man. I'm like, great. Well, go get dinner next time I'm in the area. You know, pick up the tab. But I've always been kind of resentful of it, like being treated like a hobby.
Hmm.
You know, when my wife and I first moved into one another together, she made the mistake of calling my studio a hobby room. Let's just say I've only really gotten mad once, maybe twice in all the years, and that was it. Because I just think, you know, there are more easier ways to live your life than what I'm doing. You know, like honestly, like, there are harder ways too. But I'm just saying, I don't need to be sitting here fucking drawing all night. You know, I can go get a job at the Mavericks down the street and fucking come home and play fucking Call of Duty all night. Like that'd be nice.
Hmm.
Just stressing out over shit like how do I get the fucking values right? Like no one even cares. It's not going to help anything in the world. You know, like, like it solves no problems. You know, it's so useless. I don't even know if it solves my problem. You know, like it's just a real self-absorbed way of living your life. You know, but it beats acting. You know, don't have to get plastic
Yeah.
surgery. You know, that acting thing only works as long as you're young. Or Anthony Hopkins. So my buddy wanted to be a screenwriter and moved out to LA a few years back, and like all great screenwriting stories, got a job being a PA and a production assistant for those who don't know, and uh, got stuck wheeling around. Um, what's her face from Twin Peaks? Uh,
Um,
Laura Flynn Boyle. Is that what
oh
I'm thinking
yeah.
of? Yeah, I'm off my head, bro. I'm not googling. The chick from Twin Peaks. And let's just say she was a far cry. The years of plastic surgery and alcohol just were not kind to her.
Hmm.
You know, and I felt sad. Like I felt sad that she felt she had to do that. Like you're plastic surgery shaming. I'm like, I'm not shaming her. I just think it sucks. You know. No woman should be forced to look like Carrot Top just to keep her job. You know. Like,
I would say the same goes for men. No man should have to look like Carrot Top either.
I figure, look, if you're an actress and you're listening, because I don't know, your life's gotten that bad. Uh, if you're gonna do that to yourself, you're gonna get all that plastic surgery. Get ripped the fuck jacked up too. You know what I mean? Like just get super jacked up. Start pumping a lot of iron like Carrot Top. Like go full Carrot Top. You know?
But whatever you do, don't see Mickey Rourke's plastic surgeon.
Bro, I'm a belief that him and Michael Jackson and all those cats in the '80s, they were like visiting like would be serial killer butchers. You know what I mean? Like it's unreal, dude. You know?
So that's the pitch for my new movie, The Plastic Man. It's about like this, like this creepy group of plastic surgeon serial killers. And then I just realized I have no other development ideas for that story.
You still got more. You got more of a pitch than the Monster Trucks film dudes had.
Yeah.
Don't knock yourself, Kyle. Like,
Yeah, I'm glad I'm like one step ahead of a 5-year-old on my pitches. You know, it would be a great movie, the a dramatization of the making of that Monster Trucks movie.
I wish we could get young Macaulay Culkin to just come in with his Richie Rich acting skills on. What's worse is that Carrot Top think they look. Yeah, I know, right? They think the Carrot Tops. It's fucked up. But
Man, I do have to give the guy props for like that guy was like this little scrawny guy. Now he's all like ripped.
I wouldn't
Like, all
talk
right,
shit to him.
that
Like,
took some dedication, man, and hard work.
yeah, Yeah, he turned into a Dick Tracy villain. You know, like he's like, fucking talk shit now, motherfucker.
Yeah.
You know, I'll rip your head off. They should treat him like the Jabberwocky on South Park. You know, there's this creature that appears out of your cell phones and shit in your nightmares.
Speaking of Dick Tracy, I saw a trailer for a movie by Warren Beatty, and I was like, "Wait, he's still alive?"
Well, the Howard
I,
Hughes
I,
movie.
huh?
The Howard
Yeah,
Hughes.
the Howard Hughes movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I could have sworn Warren Beatty was dead.
No,
Apparently not.
no.
Did not get that one
He's
right.
trying to be the next. He's trying to keep his directing credits. I don't know, man. You know, it. I saw the trailer and it's like, it looks like a Hulu TV show
Hmm.
more than a film. You know what I mean? I don't.
I mean, really, do you want to be the guy who follows up Scorsese making
Yeah, well, I
a
guess if
movie
you're Warren
about the
Beatty and you
same
got that
guy?
ego, yeah, right. You know?
Someone was like, "Hey, Scorsese made this movie, but maybe we can do better." It's like,
No, 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 no.
I,
You just use
I'm
the word
okay.
we. You use the word we. You know, with him, I guarantee it was I. I
Oh
can do
yeah,
better.
yeah.
You know. You think avocados are the state fruit for California? It should be hubris.
Wait, is the avocado really our state fruit?
I think so. I think it used to be oranges, but now it's avocados.
Huh. See, folks, you learn something every day on SketchCraft Live. I remember on that game show, it's a phone a friend, like calling Rob.
You know what? Do yourself a favor and do that, because I do really well at game shows. If they just treat drivers' tests like game shows, I wouldn't have to fucking study. You know, I'd just show up and be like, boom, I
I
win.
got this.
I get my best fucking General Zod. I win. I always win. It's my favorite. I think it's my favorite line in a movie ever. You have to do it like Terrence Stamp does it. I win. I always win. I always win. God, I just want to see him on set doing Zod. Like, it's amazing. It's like the two things when I was a kid I couldn't stand about the Superman movie was Otis and all the bad guys. Now that I watch it, I only like the bad guys. You know, like I just want a whole movie with Ned Beatty and Gene Hackman and Miss Tessbacher, the Playboy chick, Terrence Stamp. Otisburg.
I just want to make a movie with Dwayne Johnson and Terry Crews. Like, I don't know what it's about, but I just feel like those guys would be so much fun to be on set with. I don't need to make a movie. I just need a commercial with those guys.
See, hey, now you're getting smart. Movie's a bit much. You committed a lot of effort there.
Yeah. Because all I know is if I saw a commercial with both those guys, it doesn't matter what it is, I'd be like, I got to own whatever it is they're selling. I'll take two. you see Jeff Nichols has a new movie out?
Wait, La La Land? No, 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 he didn't direct that.
It's called Loving.
Loving. Thank you.
Yeah.
I knew we would give it that L.
Like, that's a guy I'll watch pretty much anything he puts out.
Q Mortal Kombat 9.
Yes.
Directed by Jeff Nichols. Christopher Lambert plays every role. One man show. They bring back Cynthia Rothrock, revive her career. They got to use that hologram technology and bring back Corey Haim so they can do like the Coreys again. Just completely abuse that technology. You know, give us a sequel to License to Drive with hologram Corey Haim and really can't dance Corey Feldman. See, that dancing thing, I've known that for a long time, dude. I've been watching him on Stern since the 90s. You know, and he's been doing that, pretending to be Prince slash whatever it is he thinks he's doing now, Michael Jackson thing for a long time, dude. Told you, it looks like a weird Dick Tracy film. Like, I know it all sounds like a joke, but no, I speak the truth. We should get Tupac and Corey Haim team up, you know, in like Bad Boys 3D or 4D, right? Like as holograms and shit. It'd be awesome.
Oh yeah.
Hollow Bros. The only thing Feldman ever did that annoyed me was the whole claiming Michael Jackson touched him shit, which came at a time when after he like was like no 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 no, but then he ran out, he had this money issue, and then all of a sudden he's selling stories, you know, and it's like I'm like look, I'm not saying the dude wasn't weird and didn't have his issues, but I'm calling bullshit on that one, you
Yeah.
know, it's
The
calling bullshit on that one, yeah.
timing of him changing his mind is a little
He
suspect.
see, I would have had more respect if he came out and said Donald Trump raped me. Like that would have been amazing. Like, you know, like if you're gonna make a bogus claim, do it during an election cycle. You know, and against the same sex component, you know, opponent. Like if you really hate Bernie Sanders, just be like Bernie Sanders touched me. When I don't know during like the Civil War, like when you know, like, it's been around a while. You know. We were going west because of the Dust Bowls, you know, like write a whole book based on this bullshit, you know. I just don't care enough about politics to get involved, but that's what I would do, you know. I'd just make up all sorts of shit. Throw myself under the bus too. Name all the sick things they made me do, you know. Paint a really graphic picture about me in your head, you know? Ruin my own image. Let's just take them all down. Every time I take that personality test, I get V for Vendetta, by the way. Like, they call it chaotic neutral or whatever. So I know you said you didn't want to do reality show, but if you could get Kanye West on a reality thing, would you shoot it?
Mm, I don't know.
I don't know if he has legitimate mental issues. I don't want to make fun of him, but I'm just saying. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if he has a legitimate mental. He might. You know, he might be bipolar. But I'm just saying, like, if you could get someone that you know legitimately would you don't, I don't know. There's something fascinating. I don't listen to any of the guy's music. I don't care. But there's something like, what is going on over there? Like, how real is it? You know, like,
Yeah, I mean, I would be intrigued to be like, all right, how real is this dude? But probably not enough to want to work on the show.
what about like Chipotle? Do you not want to know how your food's made? Like, would you work on a Chipotle?
But see, I like Chipotle, so
I want to see that
if I like,
movie with Keaton, where he plays the dude who bought up McDonald's,
oh
the
yeah, yeah,
founder. I want to see that. I'm telling you, if I can make any Netflix series based on the life of somebody, I think it should be Nolan Bushnell, the guy who founded Atari and Chuck E. Cheese.
what is the same dude?
Same guy. You see what I'm saying, Kyle? Kyle, I'm telling you, giving you some ideas here, buddy. Like, get yourself someone who's willing to do a little dramatic work, you know, and also be kind of fun, like a Jack Black or Zalafanagas. But yeah, same guy.
Interesting. Like he was like, I'm done with video games, but I feel like being a restaurateur.
Well, I was hoping Keaton would return in Batman v Superman before they had cast Affleck. I'm like, this would be a
Hmm.
perfect opportunity to just say the Burton films all happened, like the first two. You know, but now he's going to be the Vulture. So
And
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Yeah,
All right.
he's actually going to be Birdman.
Yes.
Yeah.
So meta.
You imagine the guy at Sony's watching Birdman. He goes, "Wait a minute." He like does a little cinema frame around Keaton. Looking at those wings. I think we can make this happen.
Did you see that screen grab from the Rogue One trailer? And you can see like the boom operator in the shot.
No, but that's cool. At least I know people actually made it. It wasn't just machines. You know. Yeah, at least it isn't Lucas with the Starbucks coffee and a big green screen. You know.
Yeah, there's a guy with a camera, or there's like two guys with cameras and like boom operator.
Dude, there's a fucking plane in Troy. You ever seen that?
Really?
There's a
No.
right in the middle of the fucking scene. They're out there in the fucking field during the big battle, and there's a goddamn 747 flying. Like, shit, they still haven't removed it, Kyle. They've re-released that movie, and every time they release it, they don't remove it. I must own like 3 copies of Troy. So keep buying it. Like, I wonder if they removed it. Nope, there it is. Oh my god, this is amazing.
Yeah, because I know in The Hobbit there was like a car in the background,
No, 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 no. Lord of the
or
Rings.
Lord of the Rings, sorry.
Yeah.
And they removed it for the Blu-ray DVD release.
No, they just leave that shit in there. Like, I don't fucking care.
I think they took it out for the video release.
We spent enough money on this movie. We're leaving the plane in Troy. Karen says she hasn't been to Chuck E. Cheese until recently. It's not what it was when I was a kid. Like, what was cool about it when I was a kid was that it was dark and dingy, and they put those strobe lights in the room, and kids would get fucked up in the strobe room, and it was amazing. Yeah, I can't
Yeah,
imagine it can't be any kind of fun now.
you had like the creepy animatronic Chuck E. Cheese band.
Yeah.
I thought it was great as a kid, but
Right, so that's when they go, kids love Jar Jar. I'm like, fucking, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, right
like
there.
they also love Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah. We put kids in charge, and you end up with idiocracy. You get soda fountains, and everyone's eating fucking nacho cheese dip.
Hello, Sarah. Welcome to the live stream.
Yeah, what's up, Sarah?
I sometimes wonder how different my childhood would be if I grew up in like modern day with all the technological advancements that we've made since I was a kid. I think I'm glad I was a kid when I was, because like I'd go. We had lots of like undeveloped forests and stuff around where I was at. We just go in the woods and like
Bro,
play
there's
and
plenty of undeveloped land. You know what I
yeah.
mean? Just get away from the coast. You know?
Well, it's not even that though. It's like it was okay to let your kids like go ride their bikes around the woods for hours, and nowadays you,
No, no,
like
no, no,
someone
no.
someone would call like child services like
No,
being
no, no. You're just
negligent.
in California. You know?
It's the
That's
California
untrue.
bubble.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is, Cal. Yeah, you know. And it's the American, it's the American super suburb bubble. You know, like
Yeah,
you go to Germany, this kid's running around the woods all fucking day and night, bro. Like it's Bohemian Grove and shit.
yeah, Ash. Like as a kid, I spent a lot of time outside too because we kind of had some video games and stuff, but it was always just running around outside doing stuff. Just because there weren't as many distractions, I guess, back then.
See, my father wouldn't let me go outside. Like we actually lived right next to a park in a rural community with a big yard, and I wasn't allowed to go outside. I had to sit in my house. He was like, just watch TV, play video games. Like my father was, he didn't have health insurance. I come to find out later on, so he was so afraid that if I got hurt, the social workers would come take me away. So I learned to draw. You know, my window in my room faced the park, so I could look out and see the park, but I couldn't actually ever go.
Like it's weird. I barely remember what it was like when no one had cell phones. So if you went somewhere, like you go out to dinner, no one can get a hold of you. It's like all right, you're free.
Well, you know, my father again got a cell phone when they first came out and made me take one around. You know, and I would always be tethered to this fucking thing. So I was never into them. I only got a cell phone, a full time phone, um, around 2006 because my wife was, well, my girlfriend at the time was really unhappy that I couldn't be reached. So I had that, just so I had that. I didn't get an
Hmm.
iPhone until Play because they had all their shit was on an iPhone. So 2009 I had to get an iPhone. But I never take the shit with me anywhere, you know? Like I just, like to me it's just, it's a map phone. You know, like when I'm driving, that's what it's for. Listen to podcasts, use the map. That's it. And taking photos here and posting them on the Instagram. That's what it's for. So I'm not tethered to it, but I get you. Um, I don't know, man. You know, my only problem with kids these days that I kind of pick up on from my nephews and nieces and hanging out on Twitter is they sort of feel like they're owed something,
Hmm.
which is a little bit different than how I grew up. You know, which was the world ain't gonna give you shit, kid. You know,
Yeah, it's like if I wanted something, I had to earn it.
yeah. So I'm not really used to that, but I don't know.
Ash says, I like rewatching X Files and seeing how things sort of started with really old school cell phones or car phones and computers, and then over the season, technology continues to improve.
Or when Chandler, our friends, gets a laptop and he's talking about how badass it is because it can play Doom, you know, and it has a CD-ROM.
I love movies when they they name off some specs like, oh, it's got like 2 gigs of RAM and like,
It doesn't change, by the way. To this day, like screenwriters still write that shit, you know, into
yeah,
fucking things as if they've never used a fucking computer before in their life. You know, like I keep waiting for the day they'll actually know what the fuck it is they're talking about. And you're like
yeah,
watching Arrow and they're like, you know, using Windows 8 and shit for these top secret computers, and you're just like, get the fucking. I love the Bourne movies, but the Bourne Ultimatum when he's like using Norton antivirus, I'm like, get the fuck out of here. You know, I can buy some shit that I can't. You know, I draw the line.
yeah. I mean, I would hope I would never have to sell out that much to where I'm like Michael Bay, like, all right, shooting Transformers, we got to get some product shots of our Coca-Cola cans or whatever.
Oh, you will.
But yeah,
The second
it's just
you gotta get your shit finished, you're like, what can we do?
yeah, like who will give me money? I mean, it's a nice fantasy to think that I would have that artistic integrity, but at the same time, it's like I gotta pay bills and I gotta get this thing funded, and so I totally see why people do it. That's why when people are like, "Oh, so and so they sold out when they did this film and made all this money," I'm like, dude, I would totally sell out for a $5 million paycheck. Doesn't mean I
Like when
sell out all the
Superman like
time,
is
but
fighting in and around and through a Marlboro's van.
yeah, sure, man.
Marlboro's, dude. A lot of smoking going on in those Superman movies. A lot of smoking.
I know you liked that other hand you did, but this hand's looking pretty sweet.
No, this one's better. Like I
Okay.
worked it out. You know
Okay.
what I mean? Yeah, this hand is better. It's gonna be a better drawing than the leather one. Believe me, I knew that drawing was fucked up about 10 minutes into it. But you keep going, thinking maybe I'm just wrong.
Yeah.
But you get to a point you just know how all this is not going to work. But maybe it's all in my head. You know, maybe I'm wrong on this one.
I don't know. I think it looks good. Then again, I can't draw.
I know.
Uh,
I know. I know you can't.
you saw that Ninja Turtle I drew that one year.
Yeah. Well, still look better than the Michael Bay ones. Like how he
Yeah.
didn't direct one of those movies, but he gets all the credit. You know. At the end of the day, man, I blame Nickelodeon. Nickelodeon films. They only made two good films ever: Napoleon Dynamite and Nacho Libre.
And Napoleon Dynamite they didn't even make. They just acquired it.
Right. I do like Nacho Libre though. I don't care what
Yeah.
anyone says. I believe in science. I'm worried about your salvation and stuff.
It's been a while since I've watched any Nacho Libre. Should
It's just a movie about like a guy trying to grow up. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like people go, "Oh, it's about wrestling." No, it's about a little kid trapped in a man's body trying to grow up. You know?
Mhm.
And he does little kid shit. Like when he thinks eating the egg will give him superpowers. Like every kid thinks that. It's like I put the cape on, I got superpower. And he's like sitting there in the ring thinking he's gonna somehow get some magical powers. Eagle powers, come to me. And he just gets the shit kicked out of him. Yeah, that's about right.
Don't worry, Ash. They'll reboot the Turtles again. Like
Yeah, well,
the
luckily the merchandise is selling, not the movie stuff, but the stuff from the cartoon. So
yeah. And the second movie didn't do nearly as well as they had hoped. So it sounds like they've scrapped plans to make a third one.
they spent more and it made less. Tanked in China.
Yeah.
Thank God. Sucks. We gotta like hope the Chinese don't watch it. Yeah. They're gonna get the Chinese bailout. That's how Transformers keeps getting made.
Yeah. They got to put in their token Chinese character and have
Well, I was reading up
some
a
big
thing
like
about that, right?
set piece take place in China.
I was reading a thing about this. So there's all these rules on like what they have to put in to get the Chinese tax credit. But what's crazy about it is apparently Chinese audiences don't like it when they shovel in Chinese actors into the American films or Chinese characters because they want the big American thing.
Mm.
Like they don't. So like they do that and the audience doesn't give a shit. You know.
Like when they're like, all right, let's make this sort of Japanese samurai movie, but we got to put a white Tom Cruise in there to sell it to U.S. audiences. I
Or
hate that.
Matt Damon.
Or yeah, like I don't want to see that.
That movie had ninjas. Gotta give him credit.
Because Ash flipping and tumbling is how you know that people are ninjas, right? Like if they weren't flipping and tumbling everywhere, you just like, oh, they're just regular mutant turtles.
Yeah, hopefully they won't have proton packs and aviators next time. Fucking morons. I was like, how are they supposed to fucking be a ninja with all that shit hanging off you? They're the noisiest ninjas ever. And I get if the movie started off that way and they eventually just slimmed down. But it's like, fuck out of here.
Well, Rob, got to say your hard work doing development today has paid off. Looks cool, really cool so far.
Oh, it's not just bullshit. Wish it was. I wish I got something else done. Just sitting in here, stinking at my room. Luckily, I got those Scentsy warmers now.
Hmm.
So my room doesn't smell anymore. But whew,
Now it just smells like Scentsy candle.
you could smell the pain back in the past. Those wall plugs don't work. The Scentsy warmer things work great. So that's what I use.
Hey, thanks, Karen. You have a great Thanksgiving as well.
You too, Karen.
It's funny though, like seeing the one you did yesterday, and I'm like, I don't know, it looks cool to me, and you're not happy with it, and then you do this one, I'm like, all right, you're right, this one's way better. Now I understand slightly.
Yeah, I know. Well, man, it's tough. It's tough to know if you're crazy or not. You know, like I think part of it comes from just having spent enough time on things that when you're like, that actually achieved no difference, you know, and
Yeah.
knowing what that's like versus uh, not doing it and then having to be stuck with a result that you never want to, you're like, uh, this is like straight up what I want to sell, right? More of. So it has to look right every, No, it's not perfectionism. It just has to look the way it needs to look.
Hmm.
It's this big difference between this and like say like that Mega Man cover where it's like I don't have much of a say in terms of the deadline or what they're going for here. So, all I can say is I won't be a part of this stuff again.
Hmm.
But I can't be like, that's it, I'm never fucking drawing again. Like I can't get out of that. So I think too, man, it's like you have to. It's like Miyazaki said, man, you gotta fucking think about it. Like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Like, where does this stuff come from? When does it work? Like, the tone works for a lot of things. And this stream looks like shit. Like, you should see what this looks like here. I always end up having to do a little bit of color correction in YouTube's post to kind of get it to look right. It's just these cameras suck. Doesn't matter what you light the room as, it's never quite right. But it's like if you start to add a bunch of color, like if I colored his suit yellow, I tried that too. What does that look like? That does not work. Um, you know, I just, there isn't a lot of examples. There's people who've done stuff, but I even did one where I painted things red to see what that looks like, but the half toning of the pencils look better than a
Hmm.
flat paint. So something about those half tones. And so it's like, what am I trying to do? And it's like I'm trying to blend the half tones with the inks and then also despite what you might think, like I actually do like shadows. I'm just a guy who doesn't add a lot to my art because my coloring makes up for a lot of that. But being able to know where to place blacks and pop things out, especially like with this and like the new saucies I'll be working on, a lot more of that. letting the paper do half the fucking work. If I add these highlights here, will this work with the rest of the piece? Well, I know it will because I've done a version where it didn't, you know? And then you're not gonna be able to do that for every piece, right? You're not gonna be able to fucking sit there and overthink every piece. But if you really kill yourself on one good piece, this piece sort of covers a lot of things I haven't done yet. It's got a little bit of a background. It's got some forced perspective, you know? It's got swooshes and shit. It's got a lot of actually open space. The background's really open. So how does that work with the art? You know, like I tried colorizing the background, thinking it might be too open, but then you can't see him. You just stare at this wall of color. You know, so I know moving forward what to do, what not to do. And then what will happen is 20 of these from now, someone will go, "You ever change it up?" And I'm like, "Not anymore." Yeah, I used to. Like that's how I arrived at the solution. This is the solution. You know, to all the other ways of doing it. What I don't want to do is add a bunch of colors. Like, oh, this will be like if he's the Hulk, I'm not making this green, you know? Like green color pencil and shit like that. It becomes a lot of that's not what I'm trying to do. So, I'm trying to work with a very limited set. I enjoy drawing with the red, so that has to work. Like when I look at the mouse guard stuff that he was doing during Comic Con, he draws with pencil. So he doesn't have red going through everything, you know? That means you can erase shit as you ink it, you know? End up with this very clean thing. I don't do that, you know? Pencil is what got me into trouble with carpal tunnel. It's not an option for me. Unless it's going to be super, super loose. Plus, I ink better over these little red leads versus pencil. I don't know why, man. You know? See, if I was just a better artist, this would all get done better. I could just be a better guy, better artist. So it's a lot of thinking about it. But, you know, the upside is some people peak in their mid-20s with art, you know? You've seen artists. They hit a certain point by the time they're 30, like, they kind of move on with life. I mean, I'm 38 and I haven't even got started, so... And I think part of that comes from constantly evaluating. I mean, Struzan doesn't. He hasn't gotten worse, you know, as he's gotten older. But that's because he's constantly put a lot of thought into what he's doing over the years, you know? He wasn't just you know, cranking out 500 fucking paintings. You know, he's really working on this one thing and thinking about it and developing it. And that's what I've tried to do, you know, moving forward is with every piece, like, or what I'm trying to do is really give it the benefit of the thought. Like, and it's not just so Kyle has a nifty piece of art on his wall, you know, which helps, but, um, and then hopefully, you know, over years of doing that, it looks like it was just sort of normal, you know, like natural. Like, yeah, that's just, of course. I mean, how many sauces have I done and I'm still not like, well, yeah. Mm-mm. That ain't it. I'm not gonna say it, man, but I was looking around Kickstarter and I was noticing some artists that I really respect kickstart some comic books the last couple of years, and we're talking raising monies in excess of $50,000, $60,000, $100,000, and they still haven't finished their shit. You know, then I'm really thankful for my lack of notoriety. You know, or like at least I didn't generate that much. Like I'd hate to be on the take for that. You know.
It's a lot of pressure with that much money on the line.
Yeah. Me, I just want to be able to produce things that I can keep reproducing. That's the bigger issue. for me, for a lot of years, it was like I would do something and be like, and if it worked out, I'd be like, I can't know how to replicate that across the spectrum. Like if you said Rob Megatron, Rob fucking Darkwing Duck, Rob fucking Shadowhawk, you know, can I replicate what I'm doing across a multitude of, genres? Can I do a One Punch Man? Even like this is not a dark One Punch Man. It's kind of a fun perspective-y thing. But yeah, can I do an evil one? Can I do all the characters? Can I paint them? Can I do them in monochrome? Can I do them in full color? The only thing I haven't been able to work out to my liking, other than the saucy thing, and, do it continually with little fucking trouble, is sequential art, you know? And it's not because it's hard. If I just did a bunch of shitty sequential art, I could fucking get paid doing that. But, it's like, I don't want to make a bunch of shitty stuff, so I don't know what to do. Just get the skill up, you know? Or find some medium that it's not so much its technical ability. It's like I've worked it out so that the style, if you want to call it that, dictates a little less in some areas than would be required if I'm just trying to emulate, you know, a high level of detail. So when I'm doing something like this, I'm thinking 60 fucking drawings ahead, like 20 drawings ahead. Comic Cons, I'm drawing on this, and I need to do how, where should these lighting come from? Where should I apply the white highlights? What should be in the background?
Yeah.
How much, and I like a box, man. Like Kyle, I mean, you have a possibility of one day, let's say you're at 51%, above average ability to maybe one day be a guy directing a movie, right? A big film. You might, right? It's within the realm of possibility given what you do.
Yeah.
So, you know, let's say you're tasked with doing Ghostbusters, like for real, and now you got a studio, you got to answer to people, versus a show on Netflix. You know what I mean? Like a show on Netflix, we got a little bit more of a box and a little bit more freedom, and then can you limit yourself? Versus having all the tools available to you and trying to do everything at the highest level of. I don't know, like when Lucas and them talk about how like the new Star Wars movies aren't um, pushing the technology. I think hiding the technology is the more brilliant aspect of it. Like how much more on the technology can you push other than putting tons of more stuff in, which they've done? Does that help? You know, does that make a better product? And can you limit yourself, like what you've done on commercials and stuff? Can you bring that to, let's say they say, Kyle, we're going to give you Terminator. You know, will you let that balloon into Terminator Salvation, or can you find a way to fight and keep it at a 10 Cloverfield Lane level of scale? Something that's manageable.
I guess someone will just have to give me all that money and we can find out.
I hope you go megalomaniac and build the Xanadu of like fucking like they give you Care Bears and you turn it into this fucking crazy Kyle writes Care Bears, and it's like motion captured at 240 frames per second, you know.
Oh, did you hear Bone is getting turned into a trilogy?
Okay, I've been saving this for the next podcast, but we can talk about this right now.
Okay.
I'm so fucking excited. They got the best director I could think of right now, short of the guy who directed Coraline. The guy who just did that Little Prince shit on Netflix, which was fucking amazing. He directed the
Mm-hmm.
first Kung Fu Panda movie, which is way better than it has the right to be. You know,
Yeah.
it really is. Like I go in there, fucking, cause it's gonna make Shark's Tale, man. I was like, that was actually really good. Son of a bitch. Like they did it. And I'm not anti-DreamWorks. It's just after Prince of Egypt, it was like the steady decline downward, you know, until they kind of made fun. Which Shrek was like, they turned it into like Disney parody.
Yeah.
But every now and then they end up with the winner. Like How to Train Your Dragon, the first one was really good, and the Kung Fu Panda movies surprisingly have been pretty good. So I'm excited. They're interested in a planning a trilogy, of Bone movies. They haven't stated the format, you know. I'm hoping it's more animated than live action, you know. But I don't know.
Yeah. Well, the fact they brought on Mark Osborne makes me think that, all right, they're gonna stick in the animated world because that's kind of where he comes from.
If it was stop motion, it would be the best. So I'm super excited. It's my number one most anticipated comic movie I'm looking forward to as of right now. More than anything else. I want to see the fucking cow race.
Yeah.
You know?
That'll be fun. So we got Mouse Guard movie coming out. We got Bone movie coming out, and there's a guy who was working on an Usagi movie, and I guess they got offered like $30 million to turn it into something.
To
But
not make it. Wouldn't that be great if some if some real fan got them more money to not make the movie because they don't want to ruin
well, that's why they ended up not making it. Is he's like, yeah, we couldn't come to agreement on like kind of the vision for it, so it didn't happen. But there's hope. There's still hope for a new Usagi movie. Someone out there is interested and willing to lay down some money at least.
convince James Gunn to do it. Be like, James Gunn, it'll be your Kurosawa film. You could convince him.
Well, James Gunn and I do have a mutual friend.
Yeah, see? But see, this is why I like movies like 10 Cloverfield Lane, where they really have limitations. You know?
Mm,
I enjoy limitations, despite my like, Rob keeps adding details. Not really. Like, if left to my devices, I'd draw all that, like the Godzilla books. There are tons of fucking details and Jeff Darrow shit. I don't think that makes the best book, though. You know what I mean? I don't think that makes the best. There's something about, I don't know, man. Like, I took a long break from comics because they ruined my life, and now I'm getting back into like thinking about this. How can I actually, tell stories? That's how people remember you, bro. You know, so I gotta get back to that. But I need to come into this like with my eyes a little more open than they were last time. I can't be a one-man image comics. I need to fucking have some limitations here and make it all work. And it helps when you got no one telling you what to do. You know, I mean that's my bigger issue, dude. Is I just had people. I look at guys like Jake Parker started when I started. And he's done fantastic stuff with his career, but at the same time, he wasn't in our department being told, "Don't fucking do that." Like, so, it's a lesson to learn.
yeah.
You know,
Ash says Dune reboot.
don't care. That's the
Yeah.
thing I give the shit. I give the least two fucks about Dune. It will tank just like John Carter or Marges. Everyone is borrowed from Dune. It's no one cares. I don't care about desert planets, man. I'm done with desert planets. After Attack of the Clones and John Carter and Mars, I'm fucking done with desert planets. So help me fucking, dude, Jakku. That's the one part I'm like, okay, I like the little alien in the desert. I like the Millennium Falcon chase. I never want to go back to a desert planet ever again. you know. Then I guess Jeddah and went and Rogue One's like another desert planet. I'm like fucking dicks, you know. you know, stop with the desert planets.
When does Rogue One come out?
December 16th.
December 16th.
We're less than a month away, dog.
Tickets haven't gone on sale yet, have they?
No, weird, right?
Yeah. And I guess they really don't need to sell them too far ahead of time because they already know they're going to sell out. So
Or they got complaints from people that month where like everyone's spending money, their movie money on other movies on your movie that isn't even out for 2 months, and no one's spending money this weekend on movies. No one went to go see Live by Night because they were too busy pre-ordering 300 tickets to The Force Awakens or Rogue One.
right. Now, for some of those movies, I'm like, sorry to tell you guys this, but it wasn't Rogue. It's not Star Wars' fault that no one went to your movies.
Well, even Cameron was like, I will not be releasing Avatar in December now. It's not stupid. Yeah, but I don't give a shit about Dune. It's not my thing, man. Really, that should be more like an HBO thing or something. I don't know how you gonna do a fucking. We can get it. I don't know, man. I don't know how you're gonna drag. I don't know. Desert planets, giant slugs. Oh yeah, never seen that. But they have
Yeah.
this thing called spice. Like no one cares. Like I don't. I don't. Uh,
Won't be. They won't have Sting walking around in his blue underwear again.
put your hand in the box. You know.
I feel like some stuff that works really well in books just does not translate well to the screen.
It's just already been done. You know. And quite frankly, would you want to see Game of Thrones condensed into a 2-hour film? Does it work? It doesn't work. It
Nah.
doesn't work. You know? You're gonna shorthand all the politics, which is what they'd have to do for Dune. So then it's like, well, what's the spectacle? Deserts and sandworms. I'm like, that's Beetlejuice, motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like, I already saw a giant desert with a kick-ass sandworm in it. It's called fucking Beetlejuice. You're not beating that. Like
Ash says it'd be way too much CGI effects and they'd probably cast it bad. They'd have to get out all the Islamic religious
what if they just
reference.
omitted all the fucking CGI and just use hand puppets? Like, it was like, you know,
Jim Henson puppets.
you know. I want that. Where's that Jim Henson movie? It was supposed to be like the rabbit or the puppet, the detective puppets, where it's all like supposed to be all fucking violent and shit. Is that coming out?
I don't know.
I haven't heard anything about that in a while. I just see
Yeah,
them.
like, let's say all we hear about is Dark Crystal 2.
Look, Dark Crystal wasn't that great a movie. I hate to be that guy. I think if it was on Netflix as a 10 episode series, that would be interesting. But as a film, mm-mm. Sorry, folks. Wasn't that great a movie. It's creepy.
I mean, it's better than Willow, right?
I'd say they're about the same. I give 2 fucks less. I just don't. Like, I was a kid, I was like, don't care. I would rather have watched Ghostbusters. Shit, at that point, I'd rather watch Revenge of the Nerds. Like,
Rob, how do you really feel about the movie? Like,
I think Labyrinth is a better film by far than those 2 movies. And that involves, a 40-year-old guy, We've been through that conversation.
Yeah.
The cod piece.
Was this yesterday we were talking about
Yeah,
this?
I know. I'm deja vu. It's the Matrix.
Yeah.
I'm Matrixing this. I'd rather see them remake the Matrix or reboot it. You know, not remake.
Aren't they supposed to be doing more Matrix movies?
No, no,
Really? Yeah.
and just forget the two and three and just kind of stick with the formula. There's a great universe they fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
All
making
right.
more Fraggle Rock. I'm interested in that. Fraggle Rock's way better than the fucking Dark Crystal. Just is. Dark Crystal's like a tone poem. It's just it's imagery and ideas. And if it was like on HBO, I'd be way into it. But as a movie, what are they gonna do? Movies are it's getting tough, bro. I'm I'm becoming that guy who's like I'm not getting the point of the movie. You know, like starting to care. You know, like you could take 6 episodes of Westworld just to build the world out and get you a sense of like the repetition of it and get a sense of the just being there before they start the plot. You know, and it's
Hmm.
not pointless filler. It's like literally getting you like into what it's like to
That
be there.
universe.
Yeah, from all angles, from working there, from experiencing it from the first time to being one of the, you're seeing all angles, and then they start the plot. Now, some people complain, but I'm like, that's fucking genius. You know, like that's amazing. Like you can't, how you gonna do that in a movie? You know? Mm.
Yeah. Ash, I always felt like Willow as a movie I wanted to like better than I ended up liking it. Like it has a bunch of stuff that I would normally like in a movie. It just didn't work for me.
Yeah, I didn't like Willow. I was that kid who was like, don't care. Rather watch Monster Squad. Monster Squad. By the time Willow came out, I was watching movies like I'm gonna get you, sucker. So like my humor was a little advanced for my age. you know, I like Terminator and Conan and Alien 2. You know, I was like, oh wow, look, it's Wicked. I don't care. You know, and I get I'm in the minority. I'm just saying. Gary Kurtz, producer of Star Wars, American Graffiti, and Empire Strikes Back, and hey, The Dark Crystal. He was Lucas's main dude for a long time. They had that falling out. This interview he did, he said that a lot of the ideas for episodes 7 through 9 was going to be about. Well, initially Jedi was that Luke found out he had a sister and that she was hidden on the other side of the galaxy. It wasn't Leia, um, and that they were separated at birth, put on both sides of the galaxy, so that they'd be harder to get a hold of. And she was with her mother. So that episodes 7 through 9 would be a mother story, since the first 4 through 6 were about the father, and then 1 through 3 would have been about how those two got together. Was the structure of it. And he said that a lot of those ideas for the mother stuff basically got put into Willow.
Hmm.
So I'm inclined to believe him. He did the interview right after Phantom Menace, and he was like, "Yeah, interesting movie." It's like with all the things you could do with Native American cultures, why would you? Why would you do that? Like, why would you treat it like that? He's out of touch. He's surrounded by yes men. I left because he just couldn't take criticism. He complained that Empire cost too much and took too much effort. So he cut the budget in Jedi in half, which is why he was going to be like Ewoks, but they were, I mean, Wookiees, you know? But then they ended up being Ewoks, which is really the Wookiee cut in half.
Like
Literally.
half the
Literally.
size, half the price, right?
Literally. Yeah. The final battle was supposed to be on the forest moon of Endor. They were constructing a new Death Star over Coruscant, the heart of the Imperial capital. So there would have been a big battle above Coruscant, and then there would have been Luke fighting Vader in the center of Coruscant, where the Emperor's lair. So it's going to be this giant cave and shit. But Lucas, apparently he said after the divorce, he just wanted out. So he was like, yeah, you got a sister. It's Leia. And everyone's like, what? Well, it wasn't supposed to be that
Like,
way.
wait, the girl that Luke kissed?
Well, I don't think he cared. He probably found it funny. And if you've seen his interviews, you can see his sense of humor is a little different than ours. Matter of fact, if you want to see George Lucas's sense of humor run amok, go watch a movie called Strange Magic. Mm, that's one of the weirdest films ever made.
Strange magic?
Yeah, it came out a couple years ago. Crazy part is the chick singing is what's her face from Westworld. So it's hard to hear her singing love songs, but
Oh, Rachel Evan Wood?
yeah. Sit through
Interesting.
Strange Magic, man. If you want a nice how not to make an animated movie, or maybe you do and just take the credit. Who knows? It's weird. It's a weird movie.
Alright, Strange Magic is on my list of things to watch.
I mean, Captain America has a list because he was gone for like 50 years. What's your excuse?
Um, I don't have an excuse. My excuse is I keep procrastinating.
Right, procrastination.
I'm on this Rob live stream instead of watching movies.
You got me on that one. That's a hard one to fight back on. Shit.
Dang
Fuck
it.
movies. You got nothing to do. You're not lighting a movie all the time. Like you're on set.
Uh, Sometimes I do other things besides watch the internet and work.
Craft services. Just hanging out
Oh
at the
yeah.
craft table.
Thinking back, I realized Willow had a tough act to follow as kind of a fantasy adventure story. Because, like, the year before, you had Princess Bride, which, I mean, they're slightly similar in, I feel like, in that they're both sort of,
They kind of take place in a realm of fantasy. I don't know.
yeah. And so it's like, well, here's another thing with people and swords and magic and stuff like
No,
that.
he was trying to make Lord of
Just
the Rings, couldn't get the rights. So it was just like they were trying to make a James Bond film, or Spielberg was, and couldn't seal that deal, so they made Indiana Jones.
yeah, he might have done a little bit better job.
Well, obviously, blame me. Ron Howard's to part. That's why I'm like Ron Howard's partly to blame for that movie too. Like, don't forget, Lucas didn't direct fucking Willow.
Yeah,
Just like Cowboys versus Aliens could have worked. Don't tell me it couldn't have worked. But shitty script, poor vision. I think if J.J. Abrams had fucking made Cowboys versus Aliens, it would have worked.
Chris Nolan's Cowboys and Aliens.
It's like an Entourage skit, right? Chris Nolan would make like a Lobster Johnson movie. Yeah. Chris Nolan's Lobster Johnson.
Yeah,
starring Christoph Waltz as Lobster Johnson. Matthew McConaughey as Other Lobster. Matthew McConaughey as Abe Sapien, just recast. I say, I say. All right, all right, all right.
Yeah, I guess since they're not doing Hellboy 3, they might as well do Lobster Johnson movie.
What if you did the Amazing Screw-On Head, like Chris Nolan?
I haven't read that yet, which is dumb because I have the book and I have the artist edition of the book.
That's a lot of money to be spent on something you don't even know if you're going to like.
I dig all the Mignola stuff I've read, and I was at Comic Con and they had the Comic Con exclusive version, so it's like, yeah, if I don't like it, I can turn around and make money on it. Because they only made like 100 or something of them, so it's one of those things I can get my money back out of.
Unlike your commemorative Transformers 2 Revenge of the Fallen cups.
Whoa, those things are gonna be worth money, man. just gotta sit on them a couple more years. I mean, once Michael Bay brings out the next trilogy of
What's the
Transformers
wand?
movies,
Is that what they have in Chinese? The wand? China?
yeah,
The wand. Yeah. A lot of wand for that. What if we do develop sentient AI and they love Michael Bay's movies? Like the robots. Like they see something we can't. You know? You know?
just
And he becomes a mega billionaire in Bitcoin because that's how the robots would deal in money.
well, in that case, I would just be like, well, Stephen Hawking warned us. Dangers of AI. Yeah, now we gotta live with it.
Yeah, the dangers of AI might just be shitty taste.
Yeah.
You know? Like they really like Alf. You know? Like I don't know why. You know? Like
They're like the I and AI, like we use that term loosely, intelligence.
yeah. It's like more like artificial awareness. Double A.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're aware. They're just incredibly lazy. Turns out much like Menza, they all this super robot shit, like they just get lazy, don't want to do anything. I could totally do it, man. I'm just bored. I'm not being challenged. The Rick and Morty version of AI, What do? You spread butter. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I need to go through and watch the 2 seasons again, but with all the audio commentary.
I hope it's legitimately insightful and not just them making a bunch of, when they're all like joking with themselves and shit and having a good time.
Hmm.
I tend to not like director's commentaries unless they wrote it. Because it's always like, this person's so great. Oh, and that person's so great. Oh, and that Dale said, wasn't that great? Oh, it was so great.
Oh yeah, I don't like those ones either.
The best audio commentary I've ever heard is Starship Troopers. Have you listened to it?
No,
Get the
Paul
DVD.
Verhoeven.
Get the DVD. I don't know if it's on the Blu-ray, but it's definitely on the DVD. Yeah, Paul Verhoeven and the screenwriter, which was not Paul Verhoeven. So Paul Verhoeven is German, and the screenwriter isn't. This is pre 9/11, and so Paul Verhoeven goes, "This is about America." And the guy, and so the screenwriter's like, "Well, no, it's about totalitarian guy, all sorts of things." Like, no, it's about America. And he's like, they start arguing, and I think they genuinely annoy one another. It's one of the greatest. And he's like, it's the best. Like, the screenwriter didn't, he's like, all these guys, and I forgot what it's like to, and never again. Maybe he never had to work with that guy. Maybe he just wrote the script, and no one told him what it'd be like. Like, yeah, they argue. It's fucking awesome.
I always enjoy the Joss Whedon commentaries, just because he has like so much insight from like a writing side, and then he also has a lot of technical knowledge, and so he mixes like a lot of the technical stuff with just fun stories he has as well, making his projects. It's a good balance.
What I'm getting a little tired of is now it seems sites are cool just spoiling whatever the commentaries are going to be now before they come out. They get
Hmm.
these screener DVDs or whatever, Blu-rays, and like JJ reveals in the commentary. It's like, hey man, I haven't even had a chance to buy that shit. Like, like, you know,
It's not even out yet.
thanks. Did he do a commentary for Age of Ultron? Because if he just complains about Marvel for 2 hours, I'll buy that. I really will.
I'm trying to remember if he did. Let me pull it off my shelf here. What does it say? Uh, there's commentary. Yeah, he did do a commentary for it. Maybe I'll actually watch the movie again someday.
It has some good sequences, dude. It's like Iron Man 3, right? Like there's some good sequences, but the movie as a whole is fractured but whole.
Yeah,
And I think it just goes back to like Ultron should have been set up in Iron Man 3. You know, it's just too much shit going on in one movie.
and really, Iron Man 3 should have been called Iron Man the Third.
3.0, Iron Man Mark 3. Ooh.
I forget. Do you watch Better Call Saul?
I have, and I have not watched the second season. So
Okay.
it's a show that's taking its sweet ass fucking time, and at times annoys me because of it. Unlike Westworld, it's not developing the universe. That being said, I do like that it's intentionally not trying to just rehash the same formula that we'd already seen with Breaking Bad. You know,
Yeah.
so I get it. I'm like people are like, well, I don't. I've heard people complain certain things. My defense of that, no matter what, is you just come off creating one of the most influential shows of all time. Nothing you do is going to fucking match. You know what I mean? It's
Hmm.
almost like when you make something that good, it's almost a fluke, and it's a product of like how many people, right? Hundreds of people, you know, like and a premise. So you know, it doesn't need to be uh, like to me. Frasier's a much better show than Cheers. Cheers is a shitty fucking show. I don't care what anyone says. Cheers fucking sucks. I'm gonna say it right now. Cheers sucks. You know. Once Shelley
Cue
Long once
the hate
Shelley
mail.
Long left, there was no fucking reason to watch it. You know. Kirstie Alley not nearly as good. So shitty show. Um, like Cliff, that's about the end of it. But Frasier's a much. I mean that show will stick around. You know, like you can watch it. If you like stupid nerdy white humor, right? So you know, I fit the classifications. So fine. But Better Call Saul is like it's like trying to follow up. It's like following up Battlestar Galactica with like the first three seasons of Battlestar Galactica. It's like trying to follow it up with fucking just the Nog
Better Call
Rom. No,
Starbuck.
no
Uh,
Rom. Was it Quark? You know what I mean? Like it'd be like taking Deep Space Nine and making a Quark show afterward. You know what I mean?
mhm.
Like, yeah, I get it. You'd be like, well, that's not the same fucking thing, man. Like, well, yeah, but there's some merits here. you know.
I mean, I would totally watch a show called Better Call Quark.
well, I'm telling you, there's room for fan film here. There's room for some. As long as you buy all the fucking suits from CBS.com, you can make that. How is that legal? How can you say in order to make a fan film you have to buy our merchandise? Fucking assholes. You know? I get real happy on Thanksgiving, by the way, folks, if you noticed. All my frustrations of trying to work this drawing out today are coming out now.
You you guys have me to thank for creating this terrible situation.
But it'd be true. I mean, imagine after Deep Space Nine, the very next show they did was just a show about Quark. You know?
That would have been awesome.
I'd be for it, but you know how that'd go down with the fucking Trekkies, you know?
Yeah.
They want Rick Berman's head on a stick. Oh shit, I know who Rick Berman is, motherfucker. You know? Look at that. Look at me, man. Like, I got knowledge, yo. Son.
Rob's always dropping his sci-fi and pop culture knowledge
My
on the
useless Rob paid
universe.
attention to the credits so he can seem smarter than he really is. Fucking knowledge. I ever tell you that story? How I
Yeah.
started memorizing who did what. So I was in class one day, ninth grade, and I had just discovered Wizard magazine. Right, this friend gave it to me, and I was looking at it. It's the one with Wetworks on the cover. I think it was issue 17, but don't quote me on it. So I'm sitting there, and then these guys next to me were talking sports, and they had one of those sports guides open, the Overstreet guide or whatever, and they were like, yeah, fucking someone RBI, fucking something something something, naming all these stats per player. And I was like, shit, they know their shit. And I'm looking at this stuff, and I'm like, one, I'll never be able to read all the comics because I didn't have a comic shop. But they always list the credits. So I'm like, if I just start memorizing who did what, I'll know my shit. so ever since then, I just read the credits and just commit them to memory. You know. There it is. Better Call Quark. That'd be great. Or what if Rom got a law degree, like Rom and Order? You know, and he's like up against William Shatner in Boston Legal. You know,
All these ideas are still better than Voyager.
you know who was up for the role of Janeway initially, but she turned it down. Do you know this?
No.
This is true. When I tell you, you're gonna be
Angela Lansbury.
no, no,
Dang it.
no. You're never gonna guess it.
Nah.
Sarah Connor, Linda Hamilton.
Hmm.
I know, right? That would have been a show.
Good morning, Dom.
What's up, Dom? Janeway was a horrible actress. She's in Remo Williams' The Adventure Begins. She wasn't much better in that movie either. She really wants to be Katharine Hepburn, you know? If only you could get Helen Mirren pretending to be Katharine Hepburn as Captain Janeway, that I'd watch.
Yeah.
Like the first 15 minutes of The Aviator in space.
I guess to be fair, I never gave Voyager like. I watched the first season. And I didn't really watch anything after
Look, it
that.
could have been cool. It's the idea is what what I always liked is like, okay, it's survival. It's essentially survival horror. We're gonna stick them in the middle of space, and they're gonna have limited supplies, and they're gonna have to actually fucking struggle. But they didn't know it. They took that idea and then they wrap it around, villain of the episode, the big bad of, and no continuing storylines. You know what I mean? Trying to wrap everything up every episode. It's like the whole premise is that things aren't going to be wrapped up. They try to
Hmm.
shove network television in that formula, so it can't work. They got the formula right when they rebooted Battlestar Galactica. That's the same formula as Voyager.
Hmm.
You know, just it goes wrong when the network then forces them to drag it out fucking 5 seasons and they don't know what to season 4. Season 3 is so good they don't know what to do. You know, like, they're like, I know, we'll add imagery like Sucker Punch. That's smart. I never want to. Oh god, I hate it when they write dream sequences into movies and they put imagery and then they try to like sync it to Jimi Hendrix music and shit. Never do that. Never got as good as Deep Space Nine and Next Generation. Bro, I stand to say Voyager is only fun to watch under one circumstance. Just understand that Tom is or Harry is secretly in love with Tom. So long as you operate under that pretense, that show gets really interesting. If you just consider it Brokeback Voyager, you know, but Tom doesn't know, what he is yet. Like it's almost like a crying game situation, or he doesn't know yet. Like he hasn't discovered who he really is. That's a fun show to watch. Just try it. Try any episode. Just randomly pick one. You'll see. Even if they're in for one scene, you go, "Oh my god, oh my god!" Like, it's like the end of Usual Suspects. Did Rob start this One Piece? Yeah, I threw that one away down. That was last night's. That's how I ended last night's cast. I was like, "This is going horribly. I'm throwing it away."
I guess I shouldn't be too harsh on Voyager, like, because I've worked with like Robert Picardo and Tim Russ from that.
Great. Ask Robert Picardo what it was like to play Star Killer in Explorers. Did you catch the Star Wars reference in that movie? He
the
was Star
Star,
Killer, which is a
yeah,
reference to Star Wars. Yeah. Well, now you all know because of Force Awakens, but people didn't know that at the time. I know.
but did they bring up Star Killer stuff in?
Yeah, he's in the Explorers. He's at the drive-in theater. He's in the Shitty B movie where he plays Star Killer. That's his name.
Yeah,
Yeah, and Joe Dante wrote that shit. Or yeah, so like he big Star Wars dude. That's a nod to fucking the Adventures of Star Killer.
hmm.
Robert Picardo, the original Star Killer. The shit I know. Will never. Well, I would like to say it would never let me be president of the United States, but now anything is possible. When I was a kid, they said anyone can be president, and that's true.
Yeah.
That is absolutely true. I can't wait till Vince McMahon becomes president of the United States. Honestly, dude. I might actually fire a gun into the air. That's how happy I'll be. He has a very standoffish personality. I mean, he maybe just looks like that, like all those stern bald guys, you know. Like,
Yeah.
would have been great if they replaced Armin Shimmerman on Buffy with Robert Picardo, and they just basically like was like his brother, you know.
Like the movie that Robert was Picardo was in, like Armin was supposed to be in, and part of it as well.
Oh yeah,
I guess he's still up to be in one of the sequels or prequels or whatever they're doing.
it's Trek prequel or just some
No,
movie.
it's a original sci-fi universe thing.
Oh, Galaxy Quest. It'd be so awesome.
No, it's not that awesome. It's fun. If I worked on it, come on, Rob. You know my opinion of the stuff I work on.
You know the jobs I take, Rob. You
Yeah.
know. You know.
No, I totally get though. Like Robert Picardo, he is kind of standoffish, but like once you start talking to him, he's super cool, and he had all sorts of great stories from working on Star Trek. But uh, that I think it's just you just got to get him talking, and then he like opens up.
At that time, Harry photographed his ass in the copy machine and gave 150 copies of it to Tom. uh,
That yeah, I guess my perspective is always it's hard to tell like meeting someone at like a convention versus working with them. Like
yeah, they could just be really mad at the convention people, and you get the shit out of that stick.
yeah,
I've been there. I've been like, fuck this convention. You know, I've had to learn to not take it out on people, but not their fault. They actually showed up.
I gotta say though, like probably the nicest guy I've met that works in like the film industry is Doug Jones. Like that guy is just nice to everybody.
The guy they never let talk in a movie.
Yeah, uh, like, that guy is in like every project. I think I've worked on like 3 or 4 things with him.
He's Daniel Day-Lewis's stand-in.
Just like Doug, you work on everything.
He's like, not monster trucks. I turned that one down.
They wanted me to play a monster inside of a truck.
I met Carl's with her once. He was a dick. It's quote of the day from Dom. I met Carl Weathers at a con once. He was a dick. Oh, there's a reason why he's not in fucking the opening credits to Balboa, right? He wanted a crazy amount of money just to use the footage from him. You know, Stallone was like, dude, that's more than like our budget for the movie. You know, like, come on, man. You know, kind of reserved. Adrian Paul. That's a movie that pissed me the fuck off. You want to talk about one of the few times Rob's melted down in a movie theater, right?
All right, let's hear it.
Yeah, Highlander, the one where in the trailer Connor McLeod's supposed to meet up with uh, Duncan McLeod, and they never fucking meet in the movie. It's where Mario Van Peebles is pretending to be the Kurgan. I guess like he just thought he would just try to fucking do that shtick again, and they never meet. But they're in the trailer. They meet, and in the movie they never. I just threw my fucking soda at the wall. I was so mad. uh, Felt bad for that movie theater guy, but whoever had to clean that shit up. But I was pissed. I stormed out.
Man, Adrian Paul's been working on stuff that, like, sounds like movies I shoot, like Apocalypse Earth. Yeah. Directed by a guy named Thunder Levin. Like,
Awesome.
that's like the perfect name.
He's
Only
like,
my
well,
parents
you
would
can either
name me
become a
Thunder.
director or a pro wrestler.
Yeah.
Oh, the one with fucking the Hardy Boys? No. No, I won't. You know, they just announced the other director from John Wick will probably be directing a Highlander reboot if that actually gets made. And I'm like, look, it's a cool universe. It's a great idea. But imagine if fucking in the trailer to Batman v Superman, they're all fighting, and in the movie they never meet. Imagine that. Imagine what that would be like, Kyle. You fucking assholes. Hmm. Adrian Paul could be in like the direct to fucking DVD version of like the Blade Runner prequel. You know, Running Blades. He
Wait, so
can.
I can hire Adrian Paul to teach me Kendo's sword choreography? That sounds amazing. I just imagine it's like that guy from Napoleon Dynamite, Rex Kwon Do.
I'm telling you, man. When that guy puts the fucking T-bar on his testicles, I fucking lose my shit every time, dude. I don't like a lot of Nard humor, but that shit's the best. You know, and it's like this hand drawn note, like you know, on how to go time travel. Put between legs, insert thing into wall, and you're like, you fucking dumbass. He just says his balls. Ah! I can't. Hold on, I gotta stop. It's that Hitchcock thing, you know the bomb's gonna fucking blow up, and you're just waiting. It's the best, man. Those are scenes you can't test well with audiences. You know what I mean? You just gotta be like, that's gonna work. Just trust me. You know, like get it's not a big gag. Just fucking.
All right, Dom. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy earning some of those digital beans.
Yeah, later, dude. Give me a second. I'm gonna grab some water. Thirsty.
Stay hydrated, Rob.
I know, right? Give me a second.
You know, I'm aware that I get a lot of junk mail in my email, but it really becomes apparent when I don't check my email for a few days and I go through and like, it really piles up quick.
It's most of the traffic on the internet is just fucking spam.
Yeah, worthless.
I guess if Carl Weathers was a dick to me at a con, I'd just go, man, I loved you in Empire. Colt 45. You know, like, and watch him fucking knock the shit out of me. And I can be known as that guy who got knocked out by Carl Weathers at a Comic Con.
Your claim to fame.
I'm like, well, even Rocky lost. Remember. Remember.
I mean, can't argue with that. He did lose.
Mm-hmm.
I see no flaws in your analysis. Sound reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, every place I've ever purchased anything from wants to remind me that Black Friday is coming up. Just in case I forgot.
It's called Rocky 2. It's the alternate ending. It's Rocky 1. That's where a guy who's 0-1 gets a shot at the title. It's a rematch. That's an underrated sequel, Rocky 2.
I don't know
Doesn't
if
get a
I've
lot of
ever.
doesn't get a lot of love, but it's pretty good. Even though it sort of follows a lot of the same beats, it still try to be a drama. You know what I mean? Versus and it did a good job of showing shit like what happens when guys like athletes get money. You know what I mean? And then they can't get a job, and actually tackled some pretty cool shit.
All right, got my inbox cleared out.
Ding! Right, for like 1 second. Yay, you got mail, you got mail, you got mail. Yay.
What's great is right after I complained to you about getting Black Friday ads, like like the one just dropped in my inbox like a minute after I told you that. All right, wasn't joking.
See, Kathleen Kennedy said that the Han Solo movie is going to be a heist and a western.
No,
Mm-hmm.
do they know who's directing that?
Yeah, Phil, the Lego guys.
Oh, okay. Uh, Phil Lord and
Chris Miller.
Chris Miller.
Yeah.
I'll be interested in seeing their take on that. Lego movie was good, and I enjoyed the first season of Last Man on Earth.
So I remember they announced the Lego movie, and I, along with everyone else, was like, really? This is going to be
Yeah.
direct to DVD nonsense. So I was at this t shirt company at the time, and they're like, we got the Lego movie license, which they were excited about because apparently Batman was going to be in it. And they're like, wow, because they had Marvel and they weren't allowed to have DC shit, but this will get them around it. Um, so they're trying to figure out all the ways they can make Batman shirts out of it. And I'm like, I think we're missing the point. Anyhow, so I'm sitting there at the briefing, like they're trying to explain us what the movie's about, and I was like, "This is fucking weird." Like, like all this weird shit with the weird kitty chick that gets all aggro, and the I was just sitting there looking like I don't. And then they got to the spaceman guy, and I was like, "It's the spaceman." Like I'd forgotten about the spaceman. I had that guy with the little rocket pack you put around him and shit in the back, and you fly him around. It was a Lego shit. It was just called Space. Like that was my shit. And so I was like, "It's the Space Man!" Like, I was so happy, and I was like, I want this. I want this. This movie has to be made." You know, that's the whole reason why I went to even go see it. And then I was like, "This is fucking brilliant." Spaceship.
Spaceship.
Yeah, but when they put him in the movie, I was like, I had that. It was like that moment in Ratatouille where he tastes the fucking ratatouille and he goes back to his childhood.
Like those white particle things he got coming off his hands.
Research, dog. Research.
If someone had you do a Hulk version of one of these, would you still do red pencil and do red Hulk, or would you do green colored pencil?
No, I was always trying to tell you, like, I don't care if the shit's SpongeBob SquarePants. It's red
Yeah.
fucking, you know what I mean? Like, it is literally, I'm not, it doesn't work with other colors, you know?
Mm.
Like, you can't draw in green fucking pencil, you know? I'd have to draw it separately, print it out in green, do all this stuff. It's like, it works in just, that's it. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? That's how it works. So if it was Luke fighting Vader, they both have red sabers, you know? That's just the way it works. There's no one here, dog. They don't deliver Amazon at fucking
I was
2 in the
gonna
morning.
say, is the Amazon guy showing up at your
She
house?
doesn't stop. There's no one here. I know. I know she wants to go to bed. Tell mom I always stay up late.
Yeah, your dog should know that by now.
I know, but she seems to be able to reason with me more than my wife. Surprisingly, I'm the nice guy. I'm the pushover when it comes to the dog. So, you even gonna make turkey today, or you gonna put in a hungry man?
You know, whatever keeps me energized enough to watch Netflix. I kind of did like a early Thanksgiving outing with my buddies like week and a half ago. We all went out to this place that does like these really good Thanksgiving burgers.
Like stuffing with cranberry sauce and
Yeah,
mashed
it's like
potatoes on a burger.
yeah,
Nice. Oh, this lead is stuck.
yeah. I'm not like the biggest holiday person, so
Well, when someday when you start dating Helen Mirren, you're gonna have to get used to spending the holidays with the family. It'd be great if you hooked up with Helen Mirren and got her fortune, and then her family hated you, and you became this guy who got known for
That's just my thing.
weaseling out Helen Mirren's money. Like that guy who married, was it that dude who married Liza Minnelli? Tried to get all her money, didn't work out for him. You gotta meet your Gail Ann Hurd. You know what I mean?
No.
Get a nice producer. That's what Cameron did. That's how he got his shit done.
Getting it done. Yeah, you were saying you're not excited at all for the Logan movie, right?
Right. Don't care.
Okay. Okay.
Why? I might be wrong. It might end up being a really great movie, but I mean, we're 0 and 2 here.
Yeah.
You know. But he might die. I don't care. You know. I mean, I just don't know. Like I guess I'm done with the Singer verse. You know what I mean? After
Hmm.
that X-Men Apocalypse. I mean, beyond you were there. I mean, beyond the fucking experience of having to sit through that god awful fucking the chick from the Dark Crystal. When she's real. Like it's not just a puppet. Like that fucking chick is real. She lives in L.A. She goes to a lot of free movies.
Yeah. I was there when the last little bit of hope that Rob had died away for the Singer verse.
God, that opening crawl's so bad too, when they really shoved every little fucking. They're trying to show the history with the planes and the trains going all. I'm like, this is just not what they were trying to do 15 years ago. Like, it's become this. It's like on autopilot, those films, you know what I mean? And
Hmm.
right off a cliff.
Unfortunately, they keep making money.
This one didn't
I mean,
make that much, though,
yeah.
you know? Problem is, they spend more and more on these films, so at this point, they got to make 300 million just to break even. If that.
Hmm. It used to be 300 million. That gets us a tidy profit.
That gets us on the list of all time highest grossing films. Like, now it's like, 300 million only? Has it gone in China yet? You know?
Should do 300 million just in China.
Only Warcraft can do that.
broken ground stuff is nice. I like all the shards.
Chocolate chunks. That's what we call them, bro. It's just chocolate chunks.
You know, if they turned One Punch Man into a video game, I might play that.
Just done.
Hey, I can beat a game now.
It kind of
Just
only
gotta,
works as a mobile app. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things where, okay, I guess, you know, it's not a $60 adventure.
no.
Yeah.
Someone needs to go back and hack him into the old Nintendo Mike Tyson's boxing game.
I'll punch out.
Yeah.
It's like they just explode. Mario counts. Still comes out and does the counting.
I sometimes wonder, where do all these superheroes get their costumes from? Because they have to be made out of like super high tech materials that,
That site to me, this shit gets
okay.
fucked up all the time. He's like, hey, I gotta fix that. Like, well, that's
Yeah, again,
Incredibles already answered that problem.
I was gonna say that's what I was about to say. I guess they addressed it in Incredibles, but
Not caves. Guess we can guarantee Brad Bird is gonna reprise his role as Edna.
did you see the One Punch Man, the OVA? It was like explained where he came from. I think it explains how he got his costume too.
No, I haven't seen that one yet.
Okay.
But now I will.
Yeah, because it wasn't on the can't can't remember
Yeah,
who.
you gotta get those illegally. You know, because they're like on import DVDs and shit. Sucks.
Yeah, I might have somehow seen that episode. I don't condone acquiring
To be fair, they don't make
media.
their money on watching it. They make their money when you spend money when you buy merchandise. So buy a Saitama fucking toy or some shit, and they'll actually make money. They make their money off
Yeah,
merchandise.
I think I watched all the main episodes on the Daisuki. or I guess that's Daisuki site. Uh,
Gotta say it with
and then,
gusto.
well, you also don't pronounce the U. It's Daisuki.
Yeah, I subscribe to Crunchyroll, so
Yeah, I don't remember where I watched the OVA though. But I don't feel too bad. I'll buy the Blu-rays when they finally put it out.
right.
I just hope they offer the Japanese language dub or
They do.
version.
Yeah, I don't watch subs, man. I don't watch fucking
Ugh.
dubs. You know what I mean? The English acting.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
Yeah, I'm hoping Toonami will put it out on Blu-ray when like about this time season 2 comes out to kind of pump that up.
Time is it? It's getting there. 30 more minutes, and I'm gonna wrap this up for today and finish it tomorrow. People are like, when are you gonna finish my commission? I'm like, just as soon as I get through all of Kyle's fucking nonsense.
Don't worry, guys. I only have like 12 more commissions booked out, Rob, for the entirety of next year already. Are most of the other commissions this kind of style?
None of them are.
No, none of them are.
No. That's why I'm like, I need to figure this out because I'm gonna forget everything I fucking did. I didn't commit any of these to a video.
Hmm.
when I was figuring this out. So I got a bunch of other shit to do, and I'm not gonna be able to get back to this till like sometime, next month, early January. So unless it's like on a weekend with my own free time, but I got enough to do right now, so I don't know.
Yeah.
It's my last big hurrah for a little bit.
'Cause you have that Bayonetta, right? It's one of
Right.
them.
Yeah, but he's just getting character, giant fucking distressing background. I'm not even doing a digital version of that shit. I'll give him a print on metallic, Like, I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah.
Like, I'll hook it up, but I'm not going to make it any more difficult than it needs to be. I'll probably have to do digital inks and do a cell shaded version. Fuck. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I have to look at the stipulations. He did pay good money, so there's that. But I'm not going to add a bunch of shit.
Yeah. Except for that one guy a long time ago. Like, really, nobody can complain about, like, yeah, I didn't get my money's worth. Like, you definitely give people more than they paid for. And even that guy that complained probably got more than he paid for. He just didn't like it.
No, he didn't want to pay the fucking VAT fee.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And
Didn't
then
his
he ended
buddy
up,
buy it?
yeah, his buddy bought it. His buddy was like, "You're fucking crazy." So, he ended up apologizing. Like a year later, he's like, "Man, I just want to say I'm sorry about all that. Yeah, I was going through some shit. I didn't really." I'm like, whatever. I hear you, but, you know.
Yeah, it's like, whatever. Someone else bought it instead. Still sold. Still got your money.
I'd sell it right now. If you give it to me, I'll just put it on my. I'll just sell it right now. It'll be fucking sold by the time I wake up. Like, I don't. Yeah, that I was not worried about. What was pissing me off was just, like he was saying shit like, "Well, I've never done this before," and then he's telling me how it should go down. I'm like, you willingly admit you've never commissioned a piece of art before, and now you're all, well, how come it's taking like long? Like it took 2 extra weeks or some shit, like a month total. I'm like, I'm a little behind. I'm like, yeah, go complain on the internet that someone you commissioned for a piece of art's taking a little long.
See how
Take a
much sympathy you get.
take a fucking number, bro. Welcome to art. It's not Amazon. I'm not
Yeah.
taking this shit because I'm fucking not motivated. That's some shit you'll never hear from me. There's someone I follow. She's pretty awesome. She's a game chick, right? A journalist.
Hmm.
And she self-funds her little fucking venture, with Patreons, all sorts of shit. She's like, oh, I just want to say, everyone, thank you so much for making this my life, Get to fucking work for you people. And then a week later, just starts complaining about how, like, she's not motivated. And I'm just like, fucking, oh, just, you know what I mean? I don't have that problem. The motivation problem. I have this isn't fucking amazing. I can't get another one sold. You know what I mean? Like, kind of, like every fucking one of these things needs to sell the next one of these things.
Hmm.
You know? Period. Like, I don't care what anyone says. They can tell me, you don't have to try so hard. I'm like, right. Well, you do it. See where it gets you. You know? If I just stuck to doing one fucking thing, I'd be sitting here doing $10 sketches. Like, don't tell me, you know. And that would have run its course at some point.
Yeah.
I mean, there is no fucking, oh, that's it. It's all forever. That's all I'll have to do. That ain't gonna happen. You're gonna. I wish, but that's why it's good to come up with a balance of things, so you never do too much of one thing. So people are always like, "Remember the time you did that shit? I used to like that shit." I'm like, "I'll get back to it." You know. That's why I conjure up these kinds of things. So I can rotate things around. I miss the saucy stuff. Not if I was doing it all the time, you wouldn't. Like guaranteed.
If you're doing all this just saucy stuff, they're like, yeah, I miss the other stuff you do.
Oh, believe me, the minute I was just doing landscapes for like a few months, people were like, "When are you gonna get back to drawing characters?" I'm like, "I just started doing this." And now they're like, "I miss those landscapes." I'm like,
Yeah,
"Thanks."
don't your landscape videos have like the most views of any of your videos too?
Well, a few of them do,
Yeah,
right? But here's the thing: no video after that did. So, you know,
it's weird how something like that just like hits. You're like, I don't know why it just did.
yeah, and it's not replicatable. So I don't.
Yeah,
It's a fluke. You just considered it a fluke, and I'm not gonna put all. I'm not gonna keep sitting here making a bunch of landscape videos so I can try to get that. I just know. You know, that's the ticket. Like, well, I mean, no, those are just gonna sit there doing what they're doing. You know.
I think one cool thing about some modern technology where they can scan old paintings and see what's underneath is you're like, even like Leonardo da Vinci with like the Mona Lisa, he like did a face. He's like, nah, that didn't quite work. Scrap that and start over with a different face.
Yeah, the biggest problem with art is people just think it's like done perfectly the first time. And if you
Hmm.
just were born with some incredible talent, that's how. It's like I learned really early. I used to tell a story where when I was like in high school, I went to this family thing with my stepmother, right? I'm sitting there drawing this character flying. It's like a Superman or something like it. And I think it was like Super Patriot. And well, not Super Patriot, the other one on Savage Dragon, the big bolt. So Mighty Man. Anyway, and so I was turning the page to get this fucking angle, and her uncle, who was like in his 60s, comes by and goes, "Oh, you're an artist, right?" I'm like, "Well, I mean," and he's like, "Well, a real artist. wouldn't have to turn the page. And so then I'm like, oh, hmm. I'm sitting there like trying not to turn the page. And then I'm like, oh man, I suck, And then fucking like a couple hours later, I'm digging through an issue of Wizard, and they had these pictures of Disney animators. And what do? They have their animation things, and they rotate them. I'm like, oh, fucking losers, like telling me what to fucking draw, like, you know. People just don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah. It's like, can you cite the source for that
Yeah.
information?
Shoot your whole movie in order. You know what I mean? A real fucking
Yeah.
director wouldn't need an editor. They would just shoot everything in the can as it
Yep.
is.
Yep. It just come out of the can, ready to be projected
Yeah.
in the world.
Could you imagine? Finish these highlights up and wrap this up tomorrow. Like I said, Dave
Yeah.
used to say I'd get hung up on things. You just get hung up on these things, and they're not like important to getting the job done. I'm like, these things I get hung up on end up producing techniques that save my life. And when can you control when inspiration hits? You know what I mean? Like, when can you control? Like, I should just deny that, put it away, and then when I need that info, I'll go back and then do the dev. Like, what if it doesn't work then?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's ridiculous. That sounds like someone who's just trying to get their shit done. Well, Rob, you can't do that when you're in the middle of a movie. Believe me, you pay me millions of dollars, I'm quite focused. Like, different conversation. you know,
Mm-hmm.
we gave Rob an advance of $500,000. Go make a movie. Rob paid out all of his commission people. Not doing it. Here's your money back. And I'm fucking. I get on with life.
And this here is 3.5 hours of work plus 12 more hours of work plus.
No, it's probably not 3 hours. It's probably a 6 hour job. Yeah. It's
I
because
mean,
of the
plus
half
the.
toning. You know. Oh, right, but I don't consider the coping. Those are all different versions.
I just mean the 12 hours of like development you put in today
Uh,
and
I don't.
last
I
night.
delete
There were,
development from my mind. Doesn't exist. I just go, well, it was what it was. You know, it beats what paying thousands of dollars to go to an art school and then figure this shit out, where you're endlessly just shading cubes and shit. I mean, what are the alternatives? Think about it. Like part of these commissions, I mean, really are me learning. Like just paying people to teach me how to fucking do shit, teach myself how to do shit. It's not so much paying me to like create stuff as it is to figure out how to create stuff. Because I don't really know.
Well, if you knew, you wouldn't have to do all this.
No, I'd still be doing it. Like I've thought about it. Like if I won the lotto, what would I do? I'd still be doing this shit. You know, like this is what I'd be spending my time doing. You know, nothing would change. No one you would know I won the lotto. I wouldn't tell anybody,
Yeah, it's the last thing you want to tell people.
especially
Yeah.
Kyle. I wouldn't tell Kyle. He'd be like, "Well, will you fund my movie?" I'd be like, "Nope, I'm not a bank,
Rob,
Kyle."
will you fund my Casey Jones Ninja Turtles Netflix series?
Series? No. It's the first thing I've learned, man. Don't be a bank. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's actually how my dad. I came to find out after he passed. Fucking blew all of his money he got in the settlement when they stole his house. The last couple years of his life is what killed him, dude. He took the money and he fucking put it into a taco stand, and they just robbed all of his money. Yeah,
that sucks.
yeah. Gone and everything. Less than a year, you know. The one thing he never should have been getting into, food. First, he has horrible taste. He's no good at food. I had to start cooking because he couldn't. So I learned how to cook. But he's not even a good business person. Like, can barely manage himself. I don't know. It's tragic. Could have took that money, paid off stuff, but my dad was always trying to hoodwink it into some other scheme, you know? That's what they were, schemes. There's no passion behind it. He just liked being the guy who's like in charge. You're the boss. All right, boss. You know. And what do I do? It's like if you won the lotto, you're a comic book artist. You know, you want to publish your own shit. What are you supposed to do? Form a company and spend millions of dollars on advertising your comics? No, you just keep making your comics, go on Kickstarter, self-publish. You know, like you can't spend that kind of money on publishing that because you don't have merchandise. Like, these guys that spend money on comics are making their money back on fucking toys and you know what I mean. Not so much the sales of comics, licensing and shit.
That's why McFarlane was so smart.
Is still smart, but yeah, the toy
Yeah,
thing, making his own toy company and getting all that stuff, something that goes beyond that comic,
yeah.
So
It's
very,
like, it's like we can do toys. He's like, we can also do like Major League Baseball toys. And
like starting lineup sucked. Let's be honest, those were shitty. I don't even like sports, dude, but those were pretty bad. People were like, these are amazing. I'm like, Dad, the fuck out of here.
probably still made him some good money though.
He at least made those things look like people. Starting lineup didn't look like people. Starting lineup was like, I mean, really, they were secondhand Kenner figures, dude, that just had numbers on them. Like, that's the sports guy because he's got his number on it. Like, oh, all right. You know, if you say so, dog.
Those generic like sports toys are the worst. Like, yeah, we just put a different color paint on him and slap a different number on him, and he's a totally different person.
Right. Alrighty. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. This is enough for now. Part 1. I'll finish this tomorrow with the part 2 on Turkey Day. While my turkey's cooking, I'll be up here baking another fucking turkey. Now, now, here's how you know I'm crazy. In the morning, I go, this is shit. I'm starting over, right? Like, is it
Mm-hmm.
the world's greatest one-punch drawing? No, but it's good enough. Yeah. I sit on your wall and you'll be like, that's a big fist! Like, where do you see it, Kai? You're like, that is a really large fist. Like, he's like a cock knocker's hand, you know, from Jay and Silent Bob.
I will need to watch that
You gotta
to
watch
get
Jay
this
and
down.
Silent Bob Strike Back. I don't want to ruin it if you don't know what I'm talking about, but you will laugh.
One Punch.
Right. Punchy punch. So, I mean, look, shading takes longer than it should, but I think I could get this whole process down to. Could I color a whole thing in 4 hours? It's probably more like a 6 hour job, no matter which way I look at it. So something, but this is 11 by 14, so it's not an 8.5 by 11. But 8.5 by
Mm.
11 would be done by now. So it's a slightly larger area. Whatever. It's not like I'm going to be doing a bunch of these at con, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Be like, yeah, I'll take 10 of these commissions at con. That's why I only do small commissions at con, too, you know?
And then Brandon will take 6 more for you.
Fucking dick. He has an excuse every time I bring it up, too, you know? Like, you just should have seen it. I was like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why do you keep... No, I did this one for me. But I have to draw the ones that you have to set... You just set them up for me. That means I have to... Fucking... You don't get it, do you? Your work is my pain. You know? It's hilarious. Well, at the very least, try to eat some pie tomorrow, man. Pumpkin pie.
I will eat pie tomorrow. Eat pie, watch some Netflix, watch some live stream, and call it a day.
Oh, yeah. You can hang out with me tomorrow.
Yep.
Watch me finish this fucking nonsense. Then I get to scan it in. And then I'm going to draw a small version and scan that in and print that out and color that. Jerk.
Yep.
I'm just not that good. Yeah. If I was better, I wouldn't have to do so many versions. But whatever. I am going to. I am going to. I don't know what I'm going to do. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to listen to my audiobook, pass out, and let my dog sleep. She really wants to go to bed. All right, Kyle. Tell everyone where they can find you on the internet.
You can find me on Instagram, which is the address is below the video. Rob, where can we find you?
You can find me here in pain every day. Wearing a, you know what's funny? I was where I got my little apron on, I got my little chef's hat. I go downstairs, my wife's actually cooking, and I'm like, I know it. I'm just a poser. I'm actually all chefed up, and she's the one doing the fucking cooking. But I'll be back here tomorrow to finish this version of One Punch, and try to also get the One Punch mini line set up so I can get those Copics done this week, and then move on to the Batman. I gotta finish all this shit. A lot of work's gonna get done very fast. You've seen me, right, Kyle? You've seen me just out of nowhere produce a ton of shit.
Mm-hmm.
So that's coming. This taking 12 hours to figure shit out. We're done. I figured out the formula. Now I'm going to just have to turn on the
Apply
fucking
it.
juice. Yeah, turn on juice. All right, everybody, have a good Thanksgiving. Talk to you later. Bye.
Sketch juice.
Sketch juice. Sketch juice.